Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Hello, everybody, hello. Hello is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So hello, everybody, hello. For softer, lively curls and brighter, sparkling hair. So hello, everybody, hello. Hello, shampoo, hello.
Dark fantasy. I am the man who came back.
Break it up, break it up.
This way, officer. He's in here.
All right, miss. Casey.
Yes, Captain.
Now, you stay right there in that doorway and don't let nobody in or out.
Right, Captain. All right, now. All right, you heard him.
Oh, but we had nothing to do with this.
Okay, sister. If you didn't, you ain't got nothing to be scared of. Hey, you. Where do you think you're going?
I thought I might get a little air, if you don't mind.
Well, I do mind. Now, back in the house with you. What's the big idea of you wearing that mask?
As you might have observed, my friend, this is a masquerade party.
Oh, is it now? Well, according to Emily Post, it's masks off at midnight. And we got this call to come out here just as the clock in Washington Circle was striking the hour.
The call was placed by a most hysterical woman. And there is nothing you can do for the man in there, I assure you.
Stop changing the subject. What I want to know is, why ain't you unmasked like the others?
I prefer, sir, to wear my mask.
Take it off, Don Juan. I want to look at your mug.
It might be better, my friend, if you didn't see my mug.
Now, look here, Zorro.
Perhaps while we are waiting, I might tell you a story.
Yeah? What is this? Bedtime at Grandma's? The only story I'm interested in is what happened here tonight.
Exactly.
Eh?
I said exactly. Perhaps I can tell you the story.
All right, then, my fine, mysterious friend. Give.
Well, you see, it's quite a long story. It really all began at least 3 years ago. I remember that evening quite well. I let myself into Granger's apartment. It was a golden key I used. A bright golden key. And there was no one there when I arrived. So I closed the door and waited. Well, Grange, imagine seeing me here.
Huh? Blake. Oh, I say, you startled me.
Did I now? I dare say, had I been someone else, you wouldn't have been at all startled.
Incidentally, old man, how did you get in here?
I suppose it would be quite facetious of me to say that I came in the same way you did. Oh, I say, a new piano. Do you mind?
No, not at all. Go right ahead. Help yourself. Have a drink?
No, thanks. You'd better have one, though.
Oh, yeah. I say, Blake, what's that you're playing?
You've heard it before, Grange.
Have I? I don't recall.
You have a short memory.
I usually remember pretty well.
Well, when you choose to, you do, yes.
What do you mean by that?
My wife has played that tune for you every night this week and last, and the week before that. You see, I happen to know.
Oh. I see.
Well, I'm glad you haven't the audacity to deny it.
No. No, I don't deny it. Your wife has been here. Often. As often as she possibly could. But I assure you she came of her own desire.
And as a result of your oily persuasion.
I might agree, Blake, that she is easily persuaded. And, of course, my curiosity prompts me to ask how you finally learned the truth.
I accidentally found the key to your apartment here. It was in Sylvia's purse. A golden key. With your initials engraved on one side, hers on the other.
Why, I thought that a rather handsome touch. Don't you agree?
I've brought the key back to you.
How gallant of you, old fellow.
I'm serious. Sylvia will never come here again.
Are you positive of that?
Quite. For I shall ask her not to.
You seem to believe she'll obey you.
She will. And I ask you now, Grange, as a gentleman, kindly refrain from inviting her here again.
In other words, hands off. Is that it?
I'm glad I make myself quite plain.
Why, you fool. You dull, stupid fool. What right have you to demand anything of Sylvia? Do you think for a moment, night after night, twiddling her thumbs while you're away from home?
I admit I've been busy this past year, but another 6 months...
You've no one to blame for Sylvia's being here but yourself. Here she's found what you've denied her, Blake. And I doubt very much if she'll give it up.
Why, you swine, if you think for a moment... Oh. I forgot you carried a gun. But if you'd care to put it away...
Skip the heroics, Blake. You know, I think I've suddenly thought of a solution to all this.
The only solution is for you to leave Sylvia alone.
Oh, no. No, you're quite mistaken. This is the solution. Here in my hand. Indeed, I rather like the idea. Besides, with you out of the way, Sylvia need have no more qualms.
Why, you low yellow rat.
That's it, Blake. Come closer. Threaten me. Make me do it. Make me do it, Blake.
If you think killing me is a way out, Grange, you're very badly mistaken.
It's the only way out.
If you kill me, Grange, I'll come back and avenge myself.
One shot, and that'd be all. I can prove self-defense. Sylvia will help. She'll swear you came here and tried to kill me.
I'll come back, Grange.
Just one shot directly between the eyes.
I'll haunt you, Grange, because by God in heaven, I'll come back.
It's a perfect scheme, yes. I like
I'll
it.
pierce the veil, Grange, because I'll come back if I have to fight all the demons of hell to do it.
Prepare, Blake. This is a chance of a lifetime. It's the way out. Yes, it's the way out.
Grange!
Get your extra paper. Wealthy playwright slain in millionaire's apartment. Read all about it. Hey, Mr. Keith Grange playing self-defense and slaying a fellow Blake. Here it is, folks. Get your extra paper. Read the headline news about the killing. It's all here in your extra paper.
It is the judgment of this court that the defendant, Keith Grange, did shoot and kill the deceased Philip Blake on the night of April 16th, and that in so doing he acted in a line of self-defense. The court therefore decrees that Keith Grange shall not be held to account for this unfortunate incident.
well, my dear?
I suppose there's nothing to worry about now.
Not the slightest thing. I told you from the very beginning, Sylvia, that I acted rightly in doing what I did.
Oh, I still can't resign myself to it.
But you must. It's all over. Philip is dead. Now we can be together as much as we please.
Keith, suppose you and I should have a misunderstanding. Suppose I should become angry sometime. So angry I might tell the truth to the authorities.
That, my dear, would be most unfortunate. But it's a possibility, and by no means should we overlook possibilities. So allow me to remind you, Sylvia, my dear girl, that your hiding the true facts of the matter of the coroner's investigation automatically makes you an accomplice.
Oh, I see. But why are we talking like this, darling? We'll both feel better after we've had a little rest.
Oh, of course we will, dear.
Kiss me goodnight, darling. I'm going home.
I'll take you.
Oh, no. No, I'd rather go alone tonight if you don't mind.
As you wish, my dear. Good night.
Good night, darling.
Sweet.
Will you call me in the morning?
Yes, of course I will.
Good night, then.
Good night, darling. Pleasant dreams. That's strange. Very strange. Just a moment ago, there were only Sylvia and I here. Now she's gone. Yet I feel that I'm not alone.
You're not alone, Grange.
What? What was that? I thought I heard a voice.
It was my voice.
Who are you? Where are you?
I told you I'd come back.
No, it's just my imagination.
Is it your imagination, Grange?
Yes, of course.
I warned you. I warned you. Remember?
Come out. Come out in the open. Come out, I say. Do you hear me? Come out.
Your gun is useless against me now, Grange.
What do you want? Tell me, what do you want?
Oh, not now. The time isn't right now. But I'll be back. Watch for me and wait. Watch and wait. For I'll come back, Grange. I'll come back.
No, I'm sure of it. It was no one. No one at all. I just imagined it, that's all. Yes, just my imagination. Sylvia, dear, you look so tired. Here, perhaps this will wake you up. Present for you.
A present?
Yes, something I picked up today. I thought you'd like it.
How sweet of you, darling. I think I can guess just by looking at the box. It's a ring.
Oh, aren't you clever? Go ahead, open it.
All right, darling, but don't hurry me. Oh.
Miss Sylvia, that isn't the ring I bought for you.
Keith, look at this ring.
The initials. P.B.
Keith, this is his ring.
Sylvia, what are you saying?
It's his ring. I gave it to him.
But, Sylvia...
Keith, I swear to you, Philip Blake was buried with that ring on his finger.
Cab, mister?
Yes, please.
Do you mind coming around to the other side, please, mister? That door's busted, and you can't get it open.
Oh, very well.
Sorry to ask that of you, but they ain't had time to get the other door fixed. Where to, friend?
Huntington Arms Hotel, please.
Right.
Excellent.
Huh?
That's where I'm going.
Oh, you startled me. I didn't know there was anyone in this cab. It's so dark tonight.
Yes, isn't it?
I say, I don't seem to feel anyone in the seat here beside me.
Strange. You certainly bumped me hard enough when you crawled in here.
Bumped you? I beg your pardon, sir, but I...
Never mind, Grange. Never mind.
You know me?
I'm surprised that you don't know me.
Why, yes. Your voice sounds familiar. Good Lord. Philip Blake.
Do you mind riding with me?
Blake, you're supposed to be dead. You're supposed to be buried.
I am dead, Grange. I am buried.
Cabby, stop this cab.
Right, sir.
Now, let me out of here. Let me out.
What's the matter, Governor? Hey, you hadn't ought to jump out of a moving car like that.
What in the name of heaven is in the back of that cab?
Why, nothing, Governor. Here, see? I'll turn on the light. There. See?
But there was somebody in there with me.
Oh, now, mister, they couldn't have been. Look for yourself. The seat's empty there. And you just jumped out on this side of the cab. The other door won't open. No, brother, there wasn't nobody in that seat with you. Must have been your imagination.
Hello? Hello, darling? Dear, this is Sylvia. I just wanted to remind you about the masquerade ball at Keith's new home tonight. You'll be there? Fine. Now remember, masks and costumes for everybody. All right, dear. Bye. Now be sure to come in costume, won't you, Dorothy? Yes. And heavily masked, my dear. Yes, at Keith's new place. Oh, darling, wait till you see the place. It's really a mansion. Honestly, it's huge. Mr. Grange, I believe.
Sylvia, darling. So you penetrated my disguise.
Silly. I heard you order it from the costumers yesterday. Darling, the music will start soon. Is the first dance ours?
Sylvia, my dear, every dance is ours tonight. Are you happy I bought this place?
Oh, it's lovely. Absolutely lovely, Keith. Darling, what's the matter?
That man in black. I've been watching him all evening. He's been watching me.
Do you know who he is?
No. He just stands and stares at me. Everywhere I go, he's always just a short distance away.
Look, Keith. He's going into your study.
Well, he hasn't any business in there.
That's strange. I locked that door this evening so the guest wouldn't go into your study and disturb things.
Well, he just walked right in. And, dear, I'll go see who he is and what he wants. You mingle with the guests, and I'll join you later.
Very well, dear. But don't be long. I'll be waiting for you.
All right, Sylvia. Yeah. It's odd. This door is locked. Dark. Piano. Oh, confound it. Where's the light switch? There. No, it can't be. That piano. Someone's playing, and yet there's no one seated there. The keys moving up and down, playing the music, but there are no hands on them. That melody. It's the melody he played the night I killed him. playing it now. And yet he's not there.
I'm here, Grange. I'm here.
Blake.
Look closer, Grange. Here I am. You see?
Yes. I see you now.
I brought you a little gift for your masquerade party.
What?
You'll find it lying on your desk. Turn around and see for yourself. That's right. There. You see?
A gun.
It's the one you killed me with. Don't you recognize it?
Where did you get that gun?
I found it, Grange, and I've brought it back to you. I put one shell in its chamber. Just one, Grange. But that is enough.
What are you trying to... Gone. He's gone. Lord, am I mad? Was I dreaming? No. No, the gun is here. It is my gun. One cartridge, he said. Only one. One cartridge. Yes. Yes, it's the only way left. He knew it was the only way. Now he's left me to take it. All right, Blake. You can have your revenge. You can have it. You are right. It is the only way.
So he shot himself, eh?
The evidence in there will indicate that he did, yes.
Say, that's quite a yarn you spun, Zorro.
It is nothing but the truth.
Come on now. Come on, my friend. Let's take off your mask and have a look at you.
One moment. Keith Grange shot Philip Blake squarely between the eyes.
Yeah? So what?
That doesn't make a very pretty sight.
Well, I don't see what that's got to do with... here comes the captain. He'll take that mask off you. Captain Sullivan, come here a minute, will you?
Yes, Casey, what is it?
Well, there's a mug here that won't take off his mask. He's been spinning me the most fantastic yarn I ever heard in all my... where'd he go?
Huh? Where'd who go? Say, did you let somebody get out of this house, Casey?
No, Sir Cap. No, I didn't. But he was standing here just a minute ago. He wouldn't take off his mask. He told me the darndest story about a murdered man coming back from the grave.
Casey, have you been near the punch bowl? Well, there's no one here now. Wait a minute. What's this stain here on the floor?
Blood. A little pool of it. There on the floor. Right in the exact spot where the man in black was standing.
Fantasy.
The Man Who Came Back, an original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris was Keith Grange, Eleanor Naylor Corrin was heard as Sylvia. Fred Wayne took the part of Casey. Muir Height was Captain Sullivan. Murillo Schofield, the cab driver. And Eugene Francis was the man who came back. Ladies and gentlemen, every Friday night at this time, the National Broadcasting Company will bring you Dark Fantasy, Tales of the Weird, Adventures of the Supernatural, created for you by Scott Bishop. Listen 1 week from tonight for the breathtaking story of the tombs of ancient China, the soul of Shanhai One.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Every day. We sing this song, it will make us strong, and it takes a shout, hooray! It's good for growing babies and grown-ups to eat. For all the family's breakfast, you can see cream of wheat.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Stories of escape. Escape. To get away as by flight. To break away, get free, or get clear from or out of detention, danger, or the like. To avoid or elude a threatened ill. To miss imminent pain, punishment, or misfortune. To issue from confinement or enclosure. Escape. Each week at this time, the National Broadcasting Company presents Escape. Stories of deliverance from evil. Drama of both fiction and real life. Stories of men and women who, by their own actions, thoughts, and deeds, win their fight to escape. Tonight, Escape from Autumn. The hills were alive with color. From every slope, tapestries of gold and amber, fiery red and waning greens were bathed in the reflected glory of the setting autumn sun. Old Hank Morton leaned on the sprawling pile of rounded rocks that had once formed a boundary line between his land and that of his neighbor, James Evans. The day was almost over, and the slanting rays of sunlight caught the gray and brown stubble on his face with their glistening light. Old Hank was thinking, and anyone could have told that he didn't much relish his late afternoon thoughts. Hank's face was a barometer for his mind. Today, he was worried. Worried as he sensed the end of summer, thinking,
well, it ain't right, that's all. Just don't seem to be right. Of course, I suppose I'm being selfish and all that. But when a man's done all he could, and done pretty well according to most standards, I figure he ought to be able to have some say in a matter as important as this is. It's like a man's own flesh and blood was being taken from him, and it doesn't...
Uncle Hank, guess what? Just guess.
Here, now, hold on there, young'un. Now, hold on.
Dick Mason's daddy is back home from war. He's come back for good.
Well, now, that must make Dick feel pretty good, huh?
Yeah. He was at school today. Dick's father, I mean.
Uh-huh.
And he talked to us in assembly. It was awfully exciting. All about...
Well, was he all right? Not hurt, I mean?
Well, he had a cane. Limped a little. But he said he'd manage all right. He's a real hero. Gee, Dick's a lucky fella.
Well, how do you mean, Penny?
Having his father back home again. Gosh, I wish... Uncle Hank.
Yes?
When do you think...
I know what you're going to ask me, Penny.
Will it be for much longer?
Well, I hope not, youngster. You've been a brave boy for a long, long time.
I've missed him, Uncle Hank.
Well, of course you have. Me, too. But nothing we can do about it, is there?
Nope. Uncle Hank,
Hmm?
what's the trouble?
Trouble? Oh, what do you mean, Penny?
I don't know. You seem so funny. Not like you were all summer. but sort of solemn. Are you mad at me?
Oh, heavens, no. Whatever gave you that idea, boy? Now, you get along with you now before I decide to exercise a little discipline now.
I'm going. Hurry up with your chores, Uncle Hank. I'm hungry.
That night, there was much animated conversation. Penny's first day at school provided more than enough after-supper talk until bedtime came along. And Hank was careful to listen with more than his usual attentiveness, careful to laugh and be gay when the occasion demanded. For Penny was aptly named, bright, alert, and the very echo of Hank's own moods. He had sensed the older man's preoccupation that afternoon, in spite of his own excited gaiety. Later, after Penny had said his prayers and then tucked in bed, old Hank had sat up far past his bedtime, rocking gently in the old cherry-wood rocker, drawing on a never more than half-lit pipe, thinking, always thinking.
My duty towards God and towards my neighbor, to love him as myself, and to do to all men as I would they should do unto me. I wonder if I've done my duty, James, to you, my neighbor. I guess you're James and Ellen Evans, huh? Well, I'm your neighbor, Hank Morton.
Oh, we're glad to meet you, sir.
Yes.
Here, now. None of that church stuff. We're going to be neighbors, not distant acquaintances.
Oh, well, sorry. I didn't mean to.
You see, Hank, we're newlyweds.
Yeah, I know you are. And I don't aim to butt in, neither. But I just had to say hello and welcome you to our hills. I'm a bachelor myself, but if there's anything you need or want, just ask me. I've lived all my life here, and I love it. And I want you folks to love your new home as much as I do. That's all.
Thank you, Hank. I know we shall. And you're going to be our very first friend.
Yes, sir. Or, I mean, Hank. And thanks for greeting us like this. It's swell.
But, Hank, darling, you shouldn't have done that.
Why not? You've been keeping me in butter and eggs for weeks. What's a few logs of wood?
A back-breaking chore.
Oh, not for me. That's how I keep limber these days. When the time comes that I can't split a cord of wood, well, I'll know that I'm done for.
Oh, you're a dear. Tell you what, first fire we make, you're going to share it with us.
I hoped you'd say that, Ellen. I was aiming for an invitation, and I'm going to accept. Oh, well, that is if you're sure James won't be too jealous.
Oh, Hank, you're wonderful.
Looks like this is the real thing, Hank.
Well, she's being a real fighter, James.
I'd better see if I can't get a hold of Dr. Morse.
Well, you'll do nothing of the sort. The wires are down in the count of the storm. I've already tried to reach him by phone.
Oh. Well, then I'll have to go on.
No, you'll stay here with Ellen. She needs you. I'll go into town and bring him out with me.
But the roads are icy, Hank, and there may be drifts, what with all this wind.
I know my way into town and out backwards, James. Now, you keep Ellen warm. Get some water on to boil, and I'll be back with Doc just as soon as possible.
I don't know what to say, Hank, or how to thank you.
Don't thank me yet. Just hope I get back in time. James.
Yeah?
Tell Ellen I love her, too. Tell her to keep her chin up. Thank God. In time. James, is it a boy or...
It's all over. A boy.
Here, sit down. You look as though you needed a doctor. A boy, huh?
It's all over. A boy. And Ellen.
James, is she all right? Is Ellen all right?
It's all over. For Ellen. She's dead. Why, God? Tell me why.
Slowly, Hank Morton tapped out his pipe, rose from the rocker, turned out the light, and carefully made his way to bed. He shivered as he quickly undressed in the chill autumn night. It was getting old, he reflected. If only he could stop thinking about James and Ellen, gone so soon, long before her time, and Penny, but mostly about James, his neighbor.
Oh, sure, I could appeal it, of course, Hank, but I couldn't do that, not and stay honest with myself.
Well, I know how you feel, yes. I wish I was a little younger, that's all.
Oh, you did your share in the last scrap. Now, it's my turn now, and I don't mean to skip it.
Well, you have to be true to yourself, James. If you believe in what you're going to do, go ahead and do it. But what about Penny?
Well, if he were any older, I'd fight to stay home and bring him up right, but, well, he's just a kid, and maybe this won't mean too much heartache now.
Penny's got a lot of spring and bounce. Don't you worry about him, James. Besides,
I wanted to talk to you about that, Hank. It doesn't seem right that you should be burdening yourself with bringing up a youngster while I'm in service.
Oh, don't seem right, eh? And who could do it any better?
Oh, whoa. No, I didn't mean
Well,
to...
who's been teaching him to fish and heist a sail in the Sound? Who's been giving him little odds and ends of chores so that he can make himself useful around the place, huh?
Well, I'm sorry, Hank. I'm not ungrateful. I only wanted you to know
You send that boy to any relatives, and I'll... Oh, heck. I don't know what I'll do. Besides, maybe I'm being presumptuous, James, but I think Ellen would want him to grow up here, right at home, where he first saw daylight.
You've made me very happy, Hank. I know what Ellen would have wanted. Now that I know you want it that way, too, that's how it'll be. Thank God for you, neighbor.
The dawn came all too soon, carrying in its wake a tingling scent of upstate mountaintops and a hint of frosts to come. Both Penny and Hank woke early, did their chores briskly, and sat down to a steaming hot New England breakfast.
Swell elegant.
Yeah. Well, a growing body needs plenty of food. It's got to be good food, or else you wouldn't have no use for it, huh?
You're growing too, Uncle Hank. Aren't you?
Well, I reckon so, Penny. Yeah, just like an old oak tree.
An oak tree?
Sure. Or a maple or elm. Well, any kind of tree you want to name.
Oh, you're kidding, Uncle Hank.
Oh, no, sirree, Bob, I'm not, no.
How does it feel to be as old as you are?
Do you really think I'm old?
Well, not exactly. But you're lots older than I am.
Yeah, I reckon I am. Yeah. Well, but that don't make us any less friends, does it?
No, sirree. Next to my daddy, you're the only person I really like. But tell me, how does it feel to be... Well, you know.
Well, like I told you, young'un, like a tree must feel. Yeah, when you're young, like you feel like a sapling. Your roots ain't so long, they don't go so deep into the soil, but they're deep enough so as you can get nourishment, all the things you need for living out of the soil. And you bend in the wind. And if you're not too careful, the hot sun or the cold frost will blight you and make you wither away before your time. Yeah, that's how you feel when you're in the spring of life. Then comes summer. Your leaves fill out and they become a handsome green. A tree in summertime is something like your Daddy James. A grown man.
Gosh, Uncle Hank. I never thought... Gee.
Yeah. Then comes autumn, Penny. Your roots are firm and deep, embedded and twisted in the earth. You still get life and nourishment, but the time comes when life is drained out of your veins. Sun grows cooler. The winds are chill. And even though your bark is thick and hard, you feel the change.
But trees are pretty in autumn.
Oh, yeah. You're right, Penny. Yes. There is a beauty that comes with age. Yeah. Sort of a last-ditch fight that you put up before you know that old winter will get you. Makes a swell show for a while. And then...
Yes, Uncle Hank?
Then comes winter.
Go on. Tell me what it feels like.
No, I couldn't if I wanted to. I'm not that old. Besides, you're going to have to step brisk pace if you're intending to get to school before that old school bell rings. Go on now. Along with you. Go on.
The sun was rising higher in the heavens. Outside was peace, contentment, and rich fulfillment in harvest. But inside the house it was much darker. Penny had gone to school. Old Hank sat quietly at the breakfast table, thinking again. His gnarled fingers reached into one of the pockets of the tattered old vest which he seldom went without. They clutched a crumpled piece of paper, well read, only a few days old, but so well memorized he could almost hear the words coming from James' lips.
Old neighbor, I don't know how to tell you this in words. All the gratitude I've stored up for years just won't seem to flow into sentences and grammatical construction. I wish I could express all the warm things I feel in my heart for you and what you've done for Penny and me. But I can't. And that brings me to a rather painful subject, Hank. The story of me. A story that has an ending. You see, old friend, I've been banged up a bit. And I won't be coming home. The medics don't give me much longer. A week or so, that's all. Nothing I can do about it. I fought. I'm still fighting. But some things must take their course. Just like the rivers which end up in the sea. No matter how their course may be changed,
they make their way to their everlasting home. It's my turn now. Promise me you'll tell Penny when the telegram comes. Maybe I've done you wrong by telling you this now, but somehow I feel that you should know first. We'll give you a chance to think over what and how to tell the youngster. Goodbye, Hank. I'll leave you with many burdens, more than you deserve to be laden with. Maybe they be light for your shoulders. Your loving friend and neighbor, James. Oh. Hello, Elmer.
Morning, Hank.
Yeah, fine day. Fine autumn day, huh?
Yep, couldn't be better. Oh, Hank, I've got a...
got a wire for me?
Afraid I have. It came ringing out from town.
So it's come at last. Too soon.
Ain't you Going to open it?
Huh? Oh, well, no, Elmer. Not yet a while, no. I know what it says.
I'm sorry. Awful sorry, Hank.
Yeah, me too. James was a fine man.
You ain't going to tell the youngster for a while, are you?
Not tell Penny?
He's pretty young. You wouldn't want to hurt him more than necessary.
Well, you're wrong about that, Elmer. I am going to tell him.
But, Hank,
it wouldn't be fair not to. Neither to James nor to Penny.
You think it's wise, Hank?
It's the only thing to do, Elmer. The thing is, well, how to do it.
You're awful solemn again, Uncle Hank.
Oh, am I, Penny?
Yeah. Please. I wish there was something I could do to make you cheer up.
Oh, there, now, I'm sorry, young'un. It's the coming of winter, I guess. Hey, that reminds me, too. Never did finish that story of mine about growing old like a tree, did I?
Nope.
Well, I guess I will now. Yeah. You see, Penny, there are times when my story don't hold good. You see, sometimes a man has more than one job to do here on Earth. Maybe 2 big jobs. He finishes one, and God says, that's enough. The man's done his share. Maybe the other job is left undone, but there's always someone else to tend to it as part of his old job. Sometimes, too, the forest gets overcrowded. Some trees die so that others can reach the light, grow, live. That's the thing about winter, Penny. Sometimes it comes in a man's prime.
I understand.
Do you, boy? Are you sure?
Yes, Uncle Hank.
A telegram came today.
What? Where from? Who sent it?
Here, young. I haven't opened it. Maybe you'd better do it for me.
All right. The War Department regrets. Oh, Uncle Hank. It's Daddy. James. He's gone.
Yes, son, yes. You see, it's like I was telling you. Sometimes a man's job is done in his prime. Sometimes, when he goes, a little more light and sun shines on those of us left behind. A little more life for us.
For a moment, nothing more was said. Then Penny stood up, walked to the door, and went out into the autumn night. Old Hank made as if to follow him, and then thought better of it. A young man's grief is a solitary thing. There'd be time to share it and to forget it. Hank busied himself about the house, tidying up the supper dishes, putting another log or two on the cheerful fire. He knew Penny would be all right. And now, for the first time in many months, he felt younger. His new burdens had overthrown the nagging load of the autumn of old age. Hank looked up at the autumn sky. Then he went inside, closed the door, and sat by the fire, waiting for Penny. You have heard Escape from Autumn, written by Alan M. Fishburne and directed by Norman Felton. The National Broadcasting Company has presented another story of escape. Cliff Subir was heard as Hank, Leonard Smith as Penny, Ralph Camargo played James. Your narrator is Cleve Kirby. Same station, NBC will bring you Escape from Royalty. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Those three beautiful stars all use Lux toilet soap regularly. You know what a forthright person Joan Blondell is.
Yes?
Well, when I asked her about her complexion care, she said, "A Lux girl? You bet I am. Active lather facials really work for me."
Lux Soap Beauty Facials do make skin lovelier, all right. Skin specialists proved it. In 3 out of 4 cases, daily Lux Soap care made skin softer, smoother.
The fact that so many famous stars recommend Lux toilet soap shows how right it is for delicate skin.
Now, there's a beauty counsel for lovely ladies everywhere. Why not make fragrant white Lux toilet soap your daily beauty soap? Remember, it's Hollywood's own complexion care. The choice of 9 out of 10 lovely stars.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Just a moment. Have you heard the Mole Mystery Theater? Don't leave your radio. It follows immediately.
Molle, M-O-L-L-E, the brushless shaving cream that guards your face with a special protective film, presents the Mole Mystery Theater. This is a series of programs designed for mystery fans and for all lovers of exciting, suspenseful entertainment. Every Tuesday night at this time, you are going to hear one of the great mystery stories of the past, the present, or the future. They will be selected and brought to you by Mr. Jeffrey Barnes. Mr. Barnes, who has made a lifelong study of mystery fiction, is a connoisseur of fine detective stories. Mr. Barnes.
Good evening and welcome to the Mole Mystery Theater. Our story tonight is a fast-paced, up-to-the-minute mystery by Dwight V. Babcock. Its title, Homicide for Hammock. Our detective tonight is different. She is a beautiful blonde bombshell named Hannah Van Doren. But the story is Joe Kirby's, and Mr. Kirby is here to tell you that story himself. Mr. Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. The story really started on the day I lost my job. I'd been selling high-priced cars and had wrecked a custom-built job that sold for $15,000. Well, that afternoon, I met my friend Terry O'Connor at his office, and we started out for a short beer at our favorite.
Don't seem very worried about losing your job, Joe.
Oh, why should I? You've been a sports columnist on that paper so long, Terry, you've forgotten how easy it is to get a new job. How are all the little O'Connors?
Well, I don't want to know when you're coming over to dinner again.
I'll tell her any time I'm invited. Hey, it's 5:45. I've got to make a phone call.
A babe, I suppose.
Nope, a new job at a defense plant. Look, I'd better duck into this drugstore. I'll meet you at Malone's bar in about 10 minutes.
Okay, Joe, but hurry. Remember, I got a family to go home to.
Okay, Terry, I'll be there. Save me a beer.
Oh, there's Joe now. Hey, Joe, over here.
Oh, hello, everybody. Hiya.
Everything okay?
Sure, everything's okay. Hey, who's the beautiful face?
She's with George Engel here.
How can a heel like that get this pretty gal, huh?
Lay off, Lug. She's mine. Miss Hannah Van Doren, may I present the eminent Joe Kirby of the pre-Depression Kirby.
Hello, Mr. Kirby.
Hello, Hannah. Hey, Harry, give us a round here, huh?
Okay, Mr. Kirby.
Well, I hear you lost your job, Kirby, so I suppose you're broke.
In a manner of speaking, yes. But I'm looking for Steve Wurzel. He owed me $200.
You got a fat chance of collecting.
Here we are, Mr. Kirby.
Hi, Harry. Say, have you seen Steve Wurzel around?
No, he hasn't been around all evening, Mr. Kirby.
Funny, this is one of his hangouts. Well, here's to you, Harry, the best bartender in town.
Who is this Steve Wurzel, Mr. Kirby?
The spoiled son of the head chemist of the Smith factory. Now, when I say spoiled, I mean rotten.
Sounds like quite a lad.
A heel. And I'm going to collect my dough from him tonight or take it out of his hide.
I know an easier way to make money. How about coming out to the racetrack tomorrow? I got a good horse in the fourth.
Well, that's an idea. But I'll need the dough Wurzel owes me to take Miss Van Doren with me. What's your number, beautiful?
I'm in the book.
Hey, stop trying to chisel in on my woman.
On second thought, maybe she's just what a deadbeat like you deserves.
Sour grapes. You're just jealous, Engel.
Down around City Hall, they call her Homicide Hannah, the gorgeous ghoul. She's bloodthirsty. She goes around hoping for a homicide to happen to somebody.
This beautiful girl? Say it isn't so.
But it is. I write up crime stories for True Crime
A
magazine.
scandalous profession for such a fair flower of womanhood. What's the world coming to?
A girl has to live.
Ah, I understand, my dear. And I'm just the little fella to show you how to live well. Now, I'll call you for that date in the morning. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get my beauty sleep. You coming with me, Terry? There's my bungalow, Terry. Yeah, I got some beer that ought to be cold as ice. Why not stop in for a minute, huh?
Okay, I'll have one for the road. Hey, looks like you got company. The car out front.
Yeah, looks like Veronica Smith. Hi there. That you, Veronica?
Hello, JoJo. Millie and I just came over to see you. We wanted you to come over to the house. My dear little brother is giving a party.
No. Too many stuffed shirts. Terry, this is Veronica Smith, Milt Robinson. How do you do?
Glad to
know you.
Where have you been, JoJo?
Out looking for Steve Wurzel. Say, he isn't at your place, is he?
Just because his father is Dad's chief chemist doesn't mean he comes to our parties. Does he owe you money?
Yeah. And when I catch him, I'll take it out of his hide.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to help you. He's a termite.
Hey, we were going to have a nightcap. Want to come back and join us?
No, not now, JoJo. We have to get back to the party. Goodbye, Mr. O'Connor. Come on, though.
Yes, Veronica.
I'll be seeing you, JoJo.
Yeah, so long. Good night,
Bye. Glad to meet you.
Now, what was the matter with her? What do you mean? Well, she seemed jumpy. Well, let's go in and get our nightcap, huh?
Okay, my friend.
Uh-oh.
What's wrong, Joe?
But the key's in the lock. Say, I'm sure I didn't leave it there.
Well, who else would, Dope? Come on, open up.
Okay. There we are. Yeah, I wonder how Veronica... Hey, there's a man on the floor. It's Steve Wetzel. How did he get here? Hey, Joe. Joe, he's dead. Well, what do you know? The lousy double-crosser getting himself killed before I could collect from him. On my carpet, too.
Now, wait a minute, Joe. This is serious. You told a lot of people tonight you were looking for Steve. And the policemen think you found him. That knife, is back yours?
Yeah. It's my paper knife. But I was with you.
Not all the time, Joe. You were telephoning.
That's right. And Malone's bar is only 2 blocks from here. Yeah, I certainly don't have an alibi.
Well, I know you didn't do it, Joe, but the cops won't. Hey, look, you better come and spend the night at my house. I'll swear you with me all evening. Then we can come back and discover the body in the morning.
Yeah, guess it's the only thing to do. Okay, Terry, let's go.
Let's stop in at the Hofbräu on the corner and get that drink. I need it now. Hey, look over there in that booth. George Engel and Hannah.
So it is. Well, let's join them. Hello there.
Hi.
I thought we got rid of you once.
Welcome to our party. We just stopped in here for a sandwich.
Why don't you sit somewhere else? Or are you 2 bums following us?
Not you, Engel. The beautiful damsel with you.
Well, go out and find your own beautiful damsel.
You are beautiful, Hannah. Say, can you cook? Oh, never mind. Marry me anyway.
Mr. Kirby, I hardly know you. Besides, you lost your job.
Incidental. Purely incidental. However, I don't require an immediate answer. Take a minute or 2 to think it over.
I will. Did you find Wurzel?
Yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
He means no.
How did Terry know which you meant, Joe?
He guessed. Say confidentially, honey. I'm in a jam. Ouch!
What's the matter?
Terry kicked me.
Oh, must have been an accident.
Hello, Mr. Engel, Miss Van Doren. Hi, Terry.
Hello.
Hi, Madden. What's up?
Hi, Sergeant.
Look, if I give you boys the tip-off, will you give me some credit in your story?
Sure, Sarge. What is it?
I'm looking for a guy named Kirby. Joseph Kirby. Do you know him?
Well, what do you want him for, Madden?
It's murder.
A murder? Where?
And we got a call to investigate his apartment. We went right over to his joint, and there was this stiff laid out on the rug with a shiv stuck in his heart. Died about 6 o'clock. Some guy named Wurzel.
Oh, what do you know about that?
In Kirby's apartment? Who phoned in?
We don't know. He didn't give no name. It was, anonymous. But the guy said we'd probably find this Kirby in some bar, so we're looking. You know him?
Hey, you sure it was a man who called?
Yeah, it might have been a woman. Hey, what is this? You're all acting funny.
Let's get it over with, Terry. The suspense is killing me. Officer, my name is Joe Kirby.
Inspector, I found him in a bar around the corner.
Okay, Madden. For the record, Kirby, what's your full name?
Joseph Jefferson Kirby.
What are Miss Van Doren, Engel, and O'Connor doing here?
We were with Joe, Inspector, so we came back here to see if we could help him.
And Joe didn't kill Wurzel either.
Take it easy, O'Connor. Nobody said he did yet. But we're going to find out. Did you kill him, Kirby?
Sure, he killed him.
What's the idea, George?
I did it all for you, baby. It's a Christmas present. A homicide for Hannah. There's your motive, Inspector.
Why, for 2 cents, I'd punch you in the nose, Angle, joking at a time like this.
Don't try to be funny about this, George. Terry's right. I know he wouldn't do it. Did you, Joe?
No, I'm afraid not. Not even for you, Hannah. Anything else, but not that.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm still handling the investigation around here. Where were you between 5 and 6 this evening, Kirby?
He was with me.
All the time, O'Connor?
No, I wasn't with Terry all the time. He was looking for Steve Wurzel.
Very interesting. Why did you want to see him, Kirby?
Well, Wurzel owed him money, and Kirby said he was going to collect. Or take it out of Wurzel's hide.
Can't you keep your mouth shut, Angle? What are you trying to do?
I was only kidding. If Kirby did kill Wurzel, we'd all owe him a vote of thanks.
You're in a tough spot, Kirby. You better talk if you want to get out of it.
Well, Inspector, I don't know why Wurzel came here or who killed him. I wasn't in the apartment.
Can you give me an alibi for this evening?
Well, I met Terry about 5:45. At 6, I left him to make a phone call.
Yeah? Who'd you call?
I tried to get the Morse Plane Factory, Mr. Harris, but he wasn't there.
And then?
I joined Terry at Malone's bar. We've been together ever since.
That's right. Well, I guess that's about all for now. But you're not in the clear by any means, Kirby. I won't pull you in yet.
Thanks for nothing. Well, Terry, my boy, how about you and me getting down to the paper, knocking out some copy of this murder? It'll be a scoop for us.
Yeah, guess I better.
Coming with me, huh?
No, I want to stay and talk to Joe a few minutes.
Hey, what are you up to, Miss Endorn?
Why, nothing, Inspector. I just want to have a private interview with Mr. Kirby, so when you solve the case, I'll have all the background I need for a surefire magazine. See?
I see.
I want to get it now before Mr. Kirby has to start combing reporters out of his hair.
Well, I wouldn't worry about that. I'll leave Madden outside the door, just so Kirby won't be bothered, of course.
Of course. That's nice of you, Inspector.
Now get out, all of you. I can't get my interview with you cluttering up the place.
Okay, so long, Hannah.
So long, Joe. See you later.
Well, it's dark. It's chilly in here, isn't it?
I'll light a fire. You know, I used to be a Boy Scout. I can do it with 3 matches or less.
You're a crazy sort of guy, Joe.
Maybe. Hey, what's this guy Engel in your life?
George is an old friend. Why?
I just wondered. Don't your folks worry when you stay out all night digging up murders?
I haven't any folks. My mother died when I was a child, and my father was killed 5 years ago. He was a captain and detective.
An orphan, huh? Well, I'm an orphan, too. Fate must have thrown us together so I can take care of you.
You better take care of yourself. Say, how about helping me find who killed Wurzel?
No, why bother? I'd much rather kiss you like this.
Oh, that's jujitsu. You want to play some more?
No, thanks. How was I to know you'd turn out to be a female Strangler Lewis, huh? Just trying to get better acquainted. Here I get slammed against my own wall.
I hope I didn't really hurt your back.
Oh, I'll live, I guess. And I'll help you find the murderer. It's safer than making love to you. But don't forget, we're going to the opening of the races tomorrow. It's still on, isn't it?
Of course. I've got a car, so I'll pick you up about 11:30. Good night, Joe.
Good night. You beautiful wrestler.
Who is it? It's me, Madden. There's a couple of people here to see you. Miss Veronica Smith and Milton Robinson.
Send them in. Oh, hello, Veronica. Hi, Milt.
I just had to come to see you, JoJo, after reading this morning's papers. Horrible.
Sorry for you, Kirby. I just got up. What's the paper say, Veronica?
You're suspected of killing Steve Wurzel in a fight about money.
My, how these newspapers do exaggerate. Say, were you inside my place last night, Veronica?
No. No, we weren't, JoJo. We just knocked on the door and there wasn't any answer, so we left. That's when we met you.
Then why wouldn't you come back with me?
Well, we had to get home. I had to get to the party, and Milt had to get home to his mother. You see, she's blind, and she gets frightened when Milt is away too long. Isn't that right, Milt?
Yes, indeed, Veronica. Yes.
Okay, that's your story. I didn't mention you to the cops anyway.
Thanks very much. Madden said you're up, so I'm just walking in. Oh, I didn't know you had company.
Oh, it's all right, Hannah. Hannah, this is Veronica and Milt. How do you do?
Hello. Joe, your taste is improving. She's a lovely blonde.
And that she is, and we're off to the races. You all going?
Yes, we are, and I have my station wagon. We can all go together. Swell. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Nice crowd here today, Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's Terry O'Connor. Hi, Terry.
Hello, Terry. Hello, children. Stick around. I'll have some tips for you.
Hey, Joe.
Meet me under the stairs, back by the paddock in a few minutes. I've got a hot tip in the murder.
Yeah? What?
Seems old Jake Wurzel had another name once, back in Chicago. And, oh, nuts. Here comes Engel. Well, I'll see you later.
Well. Beauty and the Beast. Greetings respected.
Go away, Engel. You give me indigestion.
First you steal my girl, then you want to drive me away. Did you hear the newest guess about your murder?
What is it?
Some bright cop got the idea that Steve was killed by spies. His old man, Jake Wurzel, just invented a chemical for neutralizing chlorine gas. This guy thinks they tried to get the secret out of Steve and killed him when they failed. I think it's nuts.
Yeah, so do I. But I'm glad somebody doesn't think I'm the murderer. Well, come on. Let's get away from here, Hannah. The air's bad.
You know, I'm covering the murder now. You wouldn't care to give me a statement, would you, Mr. Covey?
Yeah, stay away from me. Unquote.
Hey, Hannah, would you do me a favor? Wait here a minute. I have to go to the paddock and see a man about a horse.
I want to go along. You're going to meet Terry, and it has something to do with the murder. I heard him. That stage was for Terry Miles.
Okay, come on.
Where's your secret meeting place, Mr. Conspirator?
It's around the corner here. To those back stairs. Right over here. Over there.
But no Terry.
Hey, look. He's on the floor. He's hurt. Hey, Terry! Terry, what's the matter? Terry.
He isn't going to answer, Joe. Can't you see the knife in his throat? He's dead.
Yeah, I see.
But what about you, Joe? If the cops find you here with another murder, they'll...
Well, what do you mean, if? Here comes one right now.
Let me do the talking, Joe.
No, not me. I'm getting out of here. There's something I've got to find out. I'll see you later.
Hey, you! Stop! In the name of the law! On! That's fine!
Good luck. Good luck, Joe.
Well, mystery fans, there's nothing like a few pistol shots to start some action. And plenty of action is just what we're headed for when our Mole Mystery Theater play resumes.
You know, Mr. Barnes, what you just said is exactly Joe Moran's idea.
Yes, Dan, how's that?
Well, my old friend Joe is a real Mole fan who wants every man to enjoy the better shaves it gives. And he says that one good way for me to remind folks of how good Mole is and to stir them into action is by firing a pistol shot or so.
So, and what are you going to do about it, Dan?
Well, just this. Gentlemen, of course you realize that the little nicks and scrapes you got while shaving today will make tomorrow's shave all the more difficult. Well, why don't you buy Mole, the brushless shaving cream that puts face protection first. Mole has a special protective film, a film with more real body and substance than light fluffy cream. That film acts in a positive way to guard your tender skin from irritating nicks and scrapes. Also, Mole contains an abundance of beard-softening ingredients and plenty of bland, non-irritating oils. So, gentlemen, to enjoy shaves that get better and better as Mole's protective film guards your face from nicks and scrapes, why don't you just... Yes, that's right. Shoot around to the store and buy a tube or jar of M-O-L-L-E, Mole Brushless Shaving Cream. Well, I'm out of ammunition and my story's told, so now here's Mr. Joe Kirby to bring you Act 2 of Homicide for Hannah.
Well, after Hannah and I found Terry's body at the racetrack, the cop tried to stop me. But I got away and grabbed a cab into town. Terry had mentioned a clue and said he wanted to tell me more just before he was killed. Maybe he had told his wife something about what he learned. It wasn't much to go on, but it was my only chance. So I went to see Ida O'Connor at their home on Laurel. They told you, Ida? You know about Terry?
Yes. The paper telephone. He's gone, Joe. Terry's gone.
You know, they're saying I did it. I did it.
Yes, I know. But I don't believe it. Well, you were his friend.
Thanks, Ida. Now, you've got to buck up for the kid's sake. We can't bring Terry back, but I want to do something about it. And maybe you can help.
How?
When Terry was home last night, did he say anything about what he was working on, about what happened at my place last night?
Well, yes. He was all excited. He said he had a chance to clear you completely, and it would mean a big bonus for him and maybe a raise.
Where had he been, Ida?
Well, he'd been at the office going through some old newspapers. He showed me one of the clippings.
A clipping? You remember what it was about?
It was about a murder trial in Chicago back in 1925, I think. A man named Wilson had killed another man, had been acquitted. There were pictures of the men. I didn't read it except for the headline.
It's not very definite, but I'll try to run it down. Now, you keep your chin up, Ida. I'll get Terry's murderer if it's the last thing I do. Come in. Oh, hello, Hannah.
Oh, I thought you'd do something dumb like coming back to your own apartment where the police can find you easily.
Well, I can't get away from them forever. I might as well be comfortable while I wait.
Did you come straight here from the track?
No, I was downtown reading some old newspapers.
Oh, you would. I don't suppose you thought of reading the last edition of today's paper while you were there.
No. Why?
Nothing, except that while you were running around making sure you have no alibi, Steve's father, old Jacob Wurzel, was killed.
Murdered?
Yes.
Say, this is getting to be an epidemic. Well, eat, drink, and be merry. How about a highball, Hannah?
No, thanks. I want to talk to you, Joan. Please be serious.
Yes, Hannah, I'll be... Oh, maybe that's the cops now. Come in.
Hello, Jojo. You see, Milton, I told you he'd be here. Milton tried to argue me out of coming. He said you wouldn't be here.
Well, I thought with the police after him. Oh, you did you? Well, sit down, Veronica.
Thanks.
We're going to have quite a little gathering here. I'm expecting the police any minute. Then we'll try out a little idea I've got. What sort of idea?
Yes, what is it?
Relax, Hannah. I'm just beginning to get smart. Now we wait for the police.
Here, the boy detective.
And I think I hear the ponderous tread of the law coming this way right now.
And I thought you'd be here, Kirby, when I saw the visitors go in. I was especially glad to see Miss Veronica Smith arrive.
Why?
I have a witness who places your car here last night. So I have a warrant charging you and Kirby with murder.
Oh, no.
Now, wait a minute. Not so fast. You can't do that.
No, I can't, eh? Well, who's going to stop me?
But wait a minute. I know who committed all 3 murders.
This had better be good, Kirby. What's your story?
Well, originally, the murderer had only intended to kill Steve Wurzel and his father. Terry O'Connor was killed because he had a lead to the murderer.
Terry? Where would he get a lead?
I found out Terry had been looking up an old murder in Chicago in 1925. That murderer was a man named Wilson, and he was acquitted.
Interesting. But what does it have to do with this?
There were pictures in the paper. Wilson was Jake Wurzel, Steve's father.
And Jake Wurzel killed somebody?
Well, Wurzel or Wilson was a cosmetics manufacturer then. He put an eyelash dye on the market that contained poison, and several people were blinded. He had a good lawyer, so he wasn't prosecuted.
Well, where does the killing come in? And how does it tie in with this case?
I'm coming to that. The husband of one of the blinded women, a fellow named Cady, tried to kill Jake Wurzel. But Wurzel killed him first.
So Wurzel changed his name and came out to Hollywood?
Right. Well, that blind woman and the man who was killed had a son.
Aha, I'm beginning to get the idea.
Right. I'm betting that son grew up with one idea. To make the Wurzels pay for his mother's suffering and his father's death.
And who do you think this son is, Kirby?
You moved here from Chicago, didn't you, Milt Robertson?
Yes.
And your father is dead and your mother is blind. The name of this family was Cady, but it could have been changed later, just as Wurzel's was.
That's absurd.
And Milt was here last night with Veronica. She may have lied to protect him, but that's the only way she's implicated.
I did lie. I lost my handkerchief, and Milt went back up after it. He told me that he tried Joe's door and it opened, and he saw someone in there dead on the floor. But I don't think he did it.
Of course I didn't. Maybe you've made a case after all, Kirby. Well, Robinson?
You're making a terrible mistake. I haven't killed anyone. My name wasn't Cady. You can find my birth certificate on file in Chicago. My father died a natural death. My mother was blinded in an auto accident. You can check all those things.
That's true. I'm sorry. But it seemed right.
I ought to let you stew in your own juice, Joe, for holding out on me, but I know who the Cady boy is.
Hannah, you do?
Who is it, Miss Van Doren?
I'm almost sure it's George Engel.
What, the newspaper reporter?
Yes, I know he's from Chicago. His father's dead, and so's his mother, but she was blind. He told me about it and seemed very bitter.
And he did overhear Terry telling me that he had a clue. He could have reached the paddock just to hit him.
I'm sure it's George Engel. He fits all the way around.
Hey, wait a minute, though. He couldn't have killed Steve Wurzel. He was with you all evening.
No, he wasn't. There wasn't any reason to mention it before, but he left me at the bar for almost a half hour between 5 and 5:30, the time when Steve was killed.
That's just about when Terry and I left his office.
You sure about those things, Miss Van Doren?
Positive, Inspector. Joe's giving you the motive, and Engel's the only one who fits it. I think you better act fast, too. He succeeded in killing both Wurzel, so he'll probably try to leave town now.
You're right. I'll get a dragnet out immediately. Well, I'm sorry about almost pulling you in, Kirby.
Come along, Veronica. We'd better go, too.
Yes, Milton.
I'm really very sorry, Milton. Forget it, Kirby. Well, goodbye, all of you.
Goodbye, Joe.
Goodbye, Kirby. Drop in again when I have another murder. Well, Hannah, that's what I call beautiful teamwork. And we collect the $5,000 reward that the newspaper put up for information leading to the arrest of Terry's murderer.
Say, I'd forgotten about the reward.
$2,500 each.
I don't want mine, though. I want it turned over to Ida O'Connor, Terry's widow.
Okay. I guess I can be as generous as you. I'll turn my share over to her, too. Well, happy days, partner. We'll die broke but happy.
You're a sweetheart. Now, wait till I mix a couple of drinks. We'll have a toast to that.
Don't rush off, Kirby.
George.
Yeah. Little Georgie, your pal, with a gun, you'll notice. So don't move. I was out in the kitchen, heard the whole thing. I hid until the cops left. I waited to kill you, Kirby.
It's too late, George. They know everything anyway.
I know. I just don't like Kirby. Cutting in when you were my girl and for generally acting smart. Besides, one more killing won't hurt my record. This one's all for you and your story. Homicide for Hannah.
You rat. You didn't have to kill Terry any more than you have to kill me. But you like to kill, don't you? You're kill crazy. Well, I'm going to take that gun away from you.
Stand back, Kirby. Don't...
I got him, Joe.
Suffering cats. That's jujitsu again. He's knocked out. Cold as a cucumber.
Well, my father always told me it'd come in handy. Better call the police back.
Yeah, I will. Huh. Who'd think a beautiful babe like you could toss a big man clear across the room? You saved my life. I'm going to kiss you right... Oh, maybe I better not. Oh, brother. Am I going to have fun? Married to a female wrestler.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the Mole Mystery Theater presentation, Homicide for Hannah. And a very exciting, eventful case it was. Now we continue with still another case. One that I'm sure the men in our audience will find eventful and helpful. All right, Dan?
Well, friends, this is the story in words and music of Wilbur. Wilbur used to be the sort of guy who woke up in the morning with a grouch. When his wife spoke to him, Wilbur would answer something like this. Yes, very grumpily. Because he was almost positive he was in for an unpleasant time with his morning shave. And as Wilbur shaved, as he nicked and scraped his face, his spirits got lower, lower, and lower. Well, finally, Wilbur listened to the Mole Mystery Theater one night. He learned how Mole puts face protection first. He heard about Mole's special protective film, a film that helps guard against nicks and scrapes because it has plenty of real body and substance, much more than light fluffy cream. So, Wilbur bought a jar of Mole, and now he greets his wife every morning something like this. Oh, he feels swell since he discovered for himself that his Mole's special protective film helps guard your face. Day after day, your shaves get better, better, and better. So, gentlemen, why don't you buy M-O-L-L-E? Mole, the brushless shaving cream that puts face protection first. And now here's Jeffrey Barnes to tell you about next week's story.
Mystery fans, we were unable to introduce our new detective, Jonathan Pierce, tonight, as previously announced. But he will definitely be with us next week in an exciting story about beautiful girls, antiques, and murder, entitled The Mystery of the Seven Keys. So be sure to listen in to Jonathan Pierce in The Mystery of the Seven Keys.
Tonight's story was adapted for radio by Ken Crossan and H.L. Gold. The original music on this program is composed by Jack Miller. Until next Tuesday, this is Dan Seymour saying good night and good shaving for Mole Brushless Shaving Cream.
Do me a favor, folks, will you? Look at the sleeve cuff of your dress or suit. Chances are, if it isn't brand new or right back from the cleaners, it's a bit dirty. And if you had two heads, you could turn one around, and you'd see that the neckband of said suit or dress is soiled, too. But that's no reason to send the whole garment to the cleaners. Simply buy a bottle of Energine cleaning fluid and take out the dirt and the grease yourself. Energine works quickly and easily on grease stains. Energine is economical, too, and a mighty handy item to keep in the house for all tough and stubborn cleaning jobs. So tomorrow, get a bottle of Energine.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Speaker, Mrs. Milan's very own. That is, when our young son Daniel hasn't picked it up and carried it off to his room.
Oh, there you have it, Ray. Even a mere youngster can play it.
Jimmy, you can hardly miss getting those 7-inch records onto the big center spindle correctly. And what's there to do after that?
Nothing but press one button once and enjoy up to 50 minutes of music.
And what music, Jimmy? Such rich tone.
And there's the second great feature of the RCA Victor 45, quality. The third is its low cost. 45 automatic players begin at $12.95, and 45 records as low as 46 cents. Those 15 dance albums you mentioned, Ray, cost $12.45 less when purchased on 45. And that's only 50 cents short of the price of a completely automatic 45 attachment. With record savings like this, it's no wonder all America is swinging to 45.
Best swing I've ever seen, Jimmy.
None better, Ray. Friends, join the swing to 45 when you buy your next record.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Midnight.
Hook, wait. Come back here.
Wait, nothing. I said you were nuts, crazy. And... No, don't.
I'm sorry, Hook. Very sorry. But I had to have it. I'm going to have it. And once you're dead, you'll never miss it.
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Dead Hand. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of terror and retribution by one of radio's best-known mystery writers, Robert Newman. Its title, The Dead Hand. The small studio cottage on Dr. Martin Trent's estate. Seated at the piano, alone in the gathering darkness, is Roger Blaine, the famous pianist, and playing as only he can play.
Can't you hear me, Lorna? You must hear me. And you must come here now to me. I'm calling you, Lorna. Calling to you in a way you could never resist. With my music. Making your heart beat faster. Your breath come quicker. Lorna.
Hello, Roger. Am I disturbing you?
Always, Lorna.
Martin's out at the hospital, and I heard you playing, so...
That's not why you came, Lorna. You came because I called you. Because you promised you'd come and give me your answer.
What we talked about last night, my going away with you? Roger, I must have been mad. I don't know what got into me.
Don't you, Lorna? This is what got into you. My music. Telling you things I never could tell you in words.
Roger, stop. I can't think when you play like that. I can't leave him. He's my husband. I love him, respect him.
Can you love a surgical instrument? Can you compare what you feel towards him with what you feel toward... Now, this minute?
No, it is different. Roger, how can we? He's your friend. It was he that brought you here, gave you the cottage.
And haven't I given him anything? Music like this. Music such as no one has ever heard before.
Roger,
Lorna, listen to me. To what I'm saying here. I love you. I need you. It was you who helped me find depths within myself I never knew existed. You've got to come away with me. You owe it to me. To yourself, to the world.
Roger,
you
please.
Want to. You I know you want to. And you're going to.
Roger, no, I can't. I tell you,
You are.
All right.
Lorna.
We can talk to Martin when he gets home tonight. Tell him. I think he'll
No, Lorna,
understand.
there'll be no talking, no explaining. My car's outside and we're leaving right now. The music, my music, was still with me as we drove out through the gates, down the highway, pulsing, throbbing. Yes, I could hear it, but could Lorna? I glanced at her sitting there beside me. Happy, dearest?
What? I don't know, Roger.
You don't know? Don't you realize what this means, Lorna? I'm playing better than I ever played before, and this is only the beginning. After my New York concert, South America, then Europe.
Roger, are you sure you love me? Me as a person.
Oh, what do you mean, Lorna?
I know you've said you do, but whenever you've talked about it, Roger, about us, you've talked in terms of your music. Roger, are you sure that's not what you love?
Well, of course I'm sure. If I didn't have my music, if I couldn't play, I don't think I could live. But it was you. You who lifted me to heights I never dreamed of, technically, emotionally.
Roger, stop the car. Turn around. Take me back.
What?
Take me back.
I don't understand.
I do, for the first time. With Martin away so much, I was lonely, flattered by your attention. And your music was like a drug, keeping me from thinking. But now I can think. And I know you don't love me, and I don't love you, so please, Roger, take me back.
No.
But, Roger, can't you see? This whole thing was a mistake.
It was not a mistake, and I won't take you back.
Well, I'm going back, whether you take me or not, and if you won't stop the car...
No, let go of that brake! Let go of that! That ditch! Look out! We're going to... When I opened my eyes, I was in a bare white room in a hospital. Standing next to the bed were Lorna and Martin.
Hello, Roger. How are you feeling?
Oh, I don't know. What happened?
You were out driving with Lorna. The car got out of control and you had a smash-up. They rushed you here to the hospital and, well, you've been here for 2 days.
Smash-up? Yes, I remember. Are you all right, Lorna?
Yes, Roger, I was shaken up, cut a little bit.
My hand hurts. Especially the fingers. Nothing happened to it, did it, Martin? I've got a concert in a few weeks, you know.
Roger, don't stop it.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Don't worry about it, Roger. Not now.
But I've got to know. I've got to see.
Roger, please.
It's gone. Gone. My hand. My left hand. Martin, what did you do to me?
Roger, I think you know how I feel about you, about your music. You've got to believe me when I tell you there was nothing I could do about it. Nothing. It was your hand or your life.
My life? And what is my life without my music? There's nothing worse than nothing. A living death. Why didn't you let me die?
Don't say that, Roger. We'll do anything we can. There must be something.
Something? There's just one thing. You've got to get me another hand.
We will, Roger. There have been some wonderful developments in prosthetics as a result of the war.
I don't mean an artificial hand. I mean a real hand.
What? Roger, you're mad.
No, I'm not. You took my hand and you'll get me another one.
We'll talk about it some other time.
You think I'll forget about it, don't you? Don't you? Oh, I won't. I say I'm going to have another hand, and I will have one. And what's more, you're going to help me get it, do you hear? You're going to help me. I was able to get up and around a few days later. I didn't talk to anyone if I could help it. Because somehow I couldn't ever look at their faces, only their hands. Big hands and little ones, long-fingered ones and stubby ones. Yes, they each had 2 hands. And I to whom my piano meant more than life, had only 1. Then, sitting alone one evening, I met Hook. I looked up, and there he was, a small, slight, sharp-featured man.
Hello. Nice evening.
Yes, I suppose it is.
You mind if I sit down for a couple of minutes?
No.
I wasn't usually busting on anybody except that... Well, I'm getting out of here tomorrow, and I feel pretty good about it.
Oh? What was wrong with you?
Bad heart. I'm going to have to take it easy from now on. It's going to make it kind of tough in some ways, but... you don't happen to have a cigarette on you, do you?
Oh, yes, I do have. It's, there. Well, at least I did have a silver cigarette case. Can't seem...
Is,
Find
this it?
What? Oh, yeah. Where did you find it?
In your pocket.
You mean you took it?
My name's Harris, Joe Harris. You usually call me the Hook. This is my racket. Or rather, it was until I...
You're a pickpocket.
Well, one of the best in the business. But now with my ticket going bad, I guess I'll have to lay off, except like now for a gag. You didn't mind, did you?
Mind? Well, certainly not. I'm very impressed. As a matter of fact, do you mind if I look at your hands?
Look at them? What for?
They're beautiful. As beautiful a pair of hands as I've ever seen. It occurs to me that you say that you don't know what you're going to do when you leave the hospital here.
Well, I just hadn't thought about it much. Why?
I've got a proposition that might possibly interest you.
No kidding. What?
Well, I'd rather not discuss it with you here and now, but I expect to be leaving here myself on Friday. If you'd like to come and see me sometime after
You
that.
say where and when?
Well, I've been staying at a little cottage on Dr. Martin Trent's estate. I'll probably be going back there. How about Saturday night, late, around 11:30?
Fine. Okay with me.
Then it's a date. I left him there, hurried back to my room. I wanted to be alone. Had to be alone, for I was afraid that what was on my mind might show in my face. It certainly was a date. A date with death.
A man obsessed, half mad, and his unsuspecting victim. Will both of them still be alive to hear it when the clock strikes 12 for murder at midnight? And now, here is Roger Blaine to continue Murder at Midnight.
I did leave the hospital on Friday, went back to the little studio cottage. By Saturday night, my arrangements were completed. They weren't very complicated. I made it clear to Lorna and Martin that I wanted to be alone, and I picked up a length of iron pipe. The pipe I hid inside the piano when I heard footsteps coming down the path. There was a knock on the door. Come in?
Hi. Not too late, am I?
No, you're not too late.
Hey, pretty nice place you got here.
Yes, it is. Quite nice. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. Now, what's this here proposition you want to talk to me about?
It's a very simple one. How would you like to make $10,000?
What do I have to do?
You don't have to do anything. Just sell me something. Your left hand.
What? You're nuts.
No, I'm serious. I've got the money right here in cash.
I don't get it. I just don't understand.
Look, I'm a musician. I'm a pianist. Or I was until I lost my hand. If I can't go on playing, then life doesn't mean anything to me. My own life or anyone else's. But you, how important is your hand to you? Now, an artificial one will do almost as well. And you can live for quite a while on $10,000.
You mean you really thought I'd sell you my hand? Let you cut it off? I'm getting out of here.
Look, wait.
Wait, nothing. I said you was nuts, but I didn't really think... Oh, what are you going to do with that? No, don't. You can't. Some way. Somehow I'll get you for this. I swear.
I'm sorry, Hook. Very sorry. But I have to have it. I'd rather not go into what happened after that. I got rid of the body. Then I went to see Martin.
You don't look well, Roger. Anything the matter?
No, I just came to see you about your promise.
My promise?
Oh, your debt, whichever you choose to call it. I told you I wanted another hand, that I was going to get another hand, and that you were going to help me. Well, now you can help me.
What do you mean?
Look in here, in this package. See?
Good Lord. Where did you get this?
It might be better if you didn't ask too many questions. I'm fighting for my life, for more than my life. You took my hand away from me. Well, now you can give me this one.
You mean you honestly, seriously think that I can perform an operation of this sort, do a graft, and that after I'm finished, you'll be able to use the hand?
Why not? Operations of this sort have been done, haven't they? With other parts of the body? The eye?
The cornea, not the eye. And some nerve grafting has been done. But this... Look, Roger, I know what a shock this whole thing has been to you. Know it better than you. You're not a well man.
A well man? I'm only half alive. And I'd rather be dead than go on living this way. But if I do die, I won't die alone. That's why I brought this along.
Roger.
A gun. Quick, easy, painless. If you won't do what I want, you die. And so does Lorna. Both of you, along with me.
You don't give me very much choice.
No.
All right. You win. Get me to the hospital.
Even before I became fully conscious, before I opened my eyes, I knew that it had been done. That it wasn't his hand anymore, but mine. Still, there was something wrong. I couldn't analyze what it was at first, but it was there. A feeling that something wasn't quite right. That perhaps it wasn't entirely my hand. I sat up. The hand was a mass of bandages, stiffened with splints. And inside the bandages...
Careful, Roger. Don't touch them.
Huh? Oh, Martin, I didn't see you.
I've been here with you ever since last night.
Last night? You mean I've been out that long? 24 hours?
It was very important that you keep quiet. You've been under sedation.
Oh, yes, of course. But this isn't the hospital.
No. I brought you home with me, back to the house.
Oh.
I thought it would be best for several reasons.
Oh, that's very smart, Martin. We don't want any questions, do we? Not yet. You did do it, didn't you?
What? Yes.
I knew you would and could. And it's going to work. It is working. I can feel it.
Please, Roger, you must be careful with that bandage. You can't touch it, move it, disturb it in any way.
I won't, Martin. But I don't have to. I tell you, I can feel the fingers moving, even inside this. And in another week or so...
We'll see.
Yes, we'll see. Got a cigarette, Martin?
Of course, I have it right. That's funny.
What is it?
Well, my cigarette case, it was right here in my breast pocket. I must have left it downstairs or at the hospital.
It doesn't matter. I can do it. Look. Martin.
Yes?
I think... Here. Yes, here. Here it is. Under my pillow.
What? How did it get there?
I don't know. It must have fallen out when you bent over. But... No.
Why are you looking like that?
Because... I think I know how it did get under my pillow.
What do you mean?
When fingers learn something, a special skill, they don't forget it, ever. Mine never have. Even when I'm not thinking of what I'm doing, they go on playing by themselves. These fingers here, they haven't forgotten either. You understand?
I'm afraid
Forget it. I'm awfully tired all of a sudden, Martin. Would you mind?
No, Roger. I'd like you to get as much rest as possible. There's a friend of mine coming here tomorrow to see you. Another doctor.
That's fine, Martin. I'll see you in the morning. Yes, I was tired, but that wasn't why I asked Martin to go. I did it because I wanted to be alone, because I had to be alone. Because I knew now what it was that I'd only sensed before. The hand. Hook's hand. Had a will of its own. It had picked Martin's pocket without my even being aware of it. I lay there alone in the darkness after Martin went, not touching the bandages, but flexing the fingers, forcing them to obey my will. I had to do that. I knew I had to do it, because I suspected what might happen, and what did happen proved that I was right. I fell asleep finally, and while I was asleep, I dreamed. I dreamed I was walking down a dark, labyrinthine corridor somewhere under the earth. Then...
A little closer, Roger.
Huh?
Just a little closer.
Who's there? Who's there?
Just me. Waiting for you.
Hook!
Yeah, Hook. I said I'd get you. Well,
out of the darkness came a hand that clutched me by the throat, gripped it tighter, tighter, tighter. I fought against it, tried to scream, and woke up. Yes, I woke up, and my waking was more horrible than the dream, for the hand was there, gripping me by the throat, moaning, exerting every ounce of my strength and will. I fought it off and pulled it down. I lay there, bathed in a cold sweat, staring at it, feeling the fingers quivering inside the bandages. My hand or his, I was tied to it now. Tied to a thing that was seeking to destroy me. Shaking convulsively, I leaped out of bed. I ran out into the hall and down the stairs to the living room. The piano. That was the one thing that might save me, save my reason. Seating myself at the piano, I started to play, using only my right hand at first, but I tried to force the left hand, his hand, to join in. Then suddenly...
No, Roger.
No.
That won't work. No music.
Stop it. Stop it. Do you hear it? It's my hand now. It's mine.
No, Roger. Never.
But it is. I'm stronger than you are.
Nothing is stronger than I am. Nothing in the world. And there's no escape. Because we're one now, Roger. And wherever you go, I'll be there, too.
It's not true. It's not. What are you doing?
Just a little closer to the desk, Roger.
No.
A little closer. That paper knife.
No, you can't.
But I can, Roger. I told you I'd get you somehow. Some way.
Put it down. Drop.
You can't fight against me, Roger. I told you. I'm too strong.
Margaret! Lorna! Quick! For heaven's sake! The hand!
Where is he, Martin?
The living room. I heard the piano and... Good Lord.
Martin!
He's dead.
Why? How? He was saying something about a hand.
He was in a completely psychotic state as a result of shock and a sense of guilt. The state psychiatrist was coming tomorrow to commit him.
Oh, Martin.
That hand he brought me wanted me to graft on. I don't know where he got it, but I suspect that was behind the whole thing.
Behind it?
Yes.
Well, what do you mean?
You don't really think I did graft it on, do you?
Well,
He was desperate, and I had to do something to quiet him. I splinted his left wrist, wrapped it in bandages, and told him not to touch them.
But, Martin, that paper knife in his chest.
Which hand is holding it?
His right one, his good one.
Yes. And still, in a way, it's possible that the dead hand, the one he was so concerned about, did guide it.
Her eyes wide with awful comprehension, Lorna stares at her husband, then down at Roger Blaine's body as somewhere in the silent house, a clock starts chiming for murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death stretches out his bony hand and the clocks strike 12 for murder at midnight. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight is directed by Anton M. Leader.
too much. The cheesecake made you greedy. Let your aching head and stomach hear this message from old Speedy. Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Ah, those Speedy Alka-Seltzer bubbles burst into action to relieve your upset stomach and aching head fast. It was only as directed. Oh, what a relief it is. What a relief.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Adelaide Klein and Mason Adams, in an original radio drama titled The Visiting Corpse.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we meet the visiting corpse. Our story begins late one night in the modest suburban home of Albert Jordan. Albert, a mild-looking man in his early 30s, is tossing restlessly in his sleep. Now and then he moans and speaks as if having a nightmare.
No, leave me alone. I don't want to hear anymore. Leave me alone.
Can't pull the wool over my eyes, Albert Jordan.
No.
I'm onto your way. I think my only child was foolish enough to elope with you. Poor Louise. There were so many men eager to marry her, and she had to be tricked into marriage by you.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Darling, wake up.
What is it? What? Oh, Louise.
You were having a nightmare, dear. You don't want to wake Mother up. She needs a good night's sleep for a trip home tomorrow.
Yes, the trip. We mustn't let her miss her train. We mustn't, do you hear?
Albert, whatever in the world is wrong with you?
Nothing. Only I wish you were already tomorrow, and she were gone.
You sure you have everything, Mother?
Yes, Louise, dear. Everything I need for my trip home is in this handbag. Now, don't forget to ship my trunk.
Now, the express man will be here to pick it up this morning, Mother.
Thank you, darling.
It's almost 9 o'clock, Mother. You'll miss your train.
I have never missed a train in my life. You needn't be so anxious to get rid of me, Albert. Oh, Louise, darling, I do hate leaving you alone like this.
Really, Mother? I'll be all right.
Very well, then, if you say so, I'll go. But I'll be writing to you every day. And if he abuses you, just let me know. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Mother, and take care of yourself.
And don't forget, Louise. Mother will come back if you need her.
Yes, Mother. Goodbye.
Louise, if your mother pays us just one more visit, I'll leave this house and I'll never come back.
But, darling, it's only natural that Mother should want to visit me. I'm the only one she has in the world.
Yes, but she doesn't just visit us. She lives with us. In the past year, she spent 8 months with us. She has her clothes here, a key to the house. Well, she's even listed in the phone book under our numbers.
Please, Albert, she's gone now. Let's not quarrel.
Yeah, she's gone now, but in 2 or 3 weeks, you can be sure she'll come back to spend a few months with us. I'm warning you, Louise. I won't be responsible for what happens if she keeps coming back. Now, let me see. Send off the trunk. Well, that's one job I can enjoy doing. Mrs. Heather Roden, 125 River Road, Ferndale, Pennsylvania.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Albert.
What?
My trunk can remain here.
Mother, but you want to catch your train.
I've changed my mind about going. I won't leave my little girl alone. I'm sure she needs me. Where is Louise?
She went downtown.
Oh.
So you've come back again.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, haven't you, Albert? To keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back and I'm staying for good.
You're what?
Yes, and then I'll be sure that Louise is being well treated. Frankly, I don't trust you.
You don't trust me?
No. Why, I don't even know your background. You were a complete stranger when you forced poor Louise to elope with you a year ago. And for all I know, you may have criminal tendencies.
There's a certain amount of the criminal in all of us. Most people can control their worst instincts. But some can't.
Exactly. And I'm here to see to it that no one harms Louise.
But who's going to look out for you, Mother?
Albert, why are you looking at me so queerly? Are you sick?
Yes, Mother, I'm sick. Sick of the sight of you.
No, Albert, you must control yourself. I want you to go to your room at once and lie down.
So you had to keep coming back, Mother, and keep giving me orders.
Albert, stop looking at me that way. What? You seem like another person.
I am, Mother. You wouldn't let what was decent in me live, and now you must take the consequences.
Albert, stay away from me. Don't you dare come near me.
You would keep coming back, Mother, when you came back just once too often.
Albert, don't take me. Albert, don't.
You should have taken that train, Mother. But at least now I know you won't be coming back. You won't come back ever again. You won't. You won't. I didn't want to kill you, but you made me. I've got to get rid of her. They'll catch me. The trunk. Yes, it's large enough. The keys. Here in her handbag. Even in death, you're a problem, Mother, but you won't be for long. There. Now I'll just pack this clothing around you tightly. That does it. Now I'll have to get rid of the trunk.
Albert, are you home?
Louise, the trunk, I've got to get it closed.
That you, Albert?
Yes, dear.
Oh, I see you're locking the trunk.
Yes, I was getting it ready for the expressman.
It should be here now. Albert, is anything wrong?
What do you mean, Louise?
I don't know. Your face is so flushed.
It's, just a little warm in here, that's all.
Look, we forgot to pack Mother's robe. I know she'll want it. I'm afraid you'll have to open the trunk again, Albert.
No. I mean, the trunk is full already. We couldn't get anything else in it.
Nonsense. When Mother and I packed, it was only half full. Please open it.
But it's locked, and your mother has the keys.
Oh, yes, you're right. Well, we just have to mail the robe to her. I'll answer the door. It must be the expressman. Make sure the tags are on it, dear.
Tags? I can't go to her home. Only I had time to think. Wait. Yes, that's the only thing to do. I'll make out new tags.
The expressman's backing his truck up the door, Albert. Have you got the tags already?
I'm just finishing them. Yeah. All right, dear.
Well, let me see if you have the address right. Sometimes you're so forgetful.
Now, Louise, you needn't bother. Of course the tags are made out right now. Stand aside. I'll carry the trunk to the door.
Well, let the expressman do it, Albert. That's what he's being paid for. And I really do want to check the address on the tag.
Now, Louise.
Oh, please, Albert. I'm just playing safe. What? These tags are addressed to Mrs. William Smith, 345 Wood Street, Las Vegas.
They are?
They certainly are. What were you thinking of?
I don't know, Louise. But I'll change them. You just go on and let me tend to it.
Indeed, I will not. You let the expressman in, and I'll tend to the tag. If I left it to you, Mother's trunk could probably go heaven knows where and never be found again. Albert, I'm really worried.
Worried, Louise?
It's a week now, and no word from Mother. She said she'd write every day.
Nah, dear, maybe she's been too busy to write.
She's busy? You know Mother doesn't do anything. No, there's something wrong. I feel
But
it.
you mustn't worry, Louise. I'm sure that she's all right. Oh, I'll answer.
I'll come with you. Maybe it's a special delivery letter from Mother.
Good morning. I got a trunk for you folks. That's Mother's trunk.
Why, yes.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
No.
What'd you say, Albert?
Hey? Nothing. Lady, the trunk.
Oh, bring it in, won't you, please?
Okay. There you are.
I don't understand. Why should Mother send her trunk back to us?
Would you mind signing for Mr. Jordan? Yes, all right. Here you are. Thanks. Bye.
Albert, I can't understand why Mother shipped her trunk back to us, and without even writing a word about it. Well, I'm going to put an end to this guessing.
What are you going to do?
I'm calling Mother. Hello, operator. I want to put through a call to Ferndale, Pennsylvania. The number's 223. Yes, that's right. My number's Riverdale 7745. Thank you.
Why bother phoning, Louise? I'm sure there's a letter on the way.
I've waited long enough for one. Albert, why do you keep staring at the trunk so?
What? Oh, was I?
What's wrong with you, Albert? This past week you've been so jumpy. Oh, hello? Hello, Sarah. This is Louise calling. How are you? Oh, I'm fine, thank you. Is my mother there? What? Are you sure? So that's why you shipped the trunk back? No, thank you, Sarah. Albert, Sarah says that Mother never arrived home. She hasn't been there this past week.
Was Sarah the one who shipped the trunk back?
Yes. She thought Mother decided to stay with us longer and need her clothes. Albert, where can she be?
Oh, Louise, I'm sure that she's all right.
All right. She's been missing a week. How could she be? I'm going to call the police. Oh, Albert, where can she be? 24 hours have gone by and the police still haven't found her.
No, dear, it takes time. You must have patience. They're doing everything they can.
Suppose she's dead.
You mustn't talk like that. Nothing is known yet. Why do you keep staring at the trunk?
I don't know.
Darling, it just upsets you to see the trunk. It keeps reminding you of your mother. I'd better put it in storage.
All right, Albert. Do as you please.
Now you're being sensible, dear. I'll take good care of Mother's trunk.
That very afternoon, Albert took the trunk to the express office. He shipped it away again, this time to a non-existent address in California. He also gave a false return address, so he was quite sure it would never come back to bother him again.
Look, darling, I brought you some flowers. Here's a little present.
Thank you, Albert. Very nice.
Louise, your mother has been missing 5 weeks now. You can't go on this way. You'll have a nervous breakdown.
Albert, where can she be? Why can't the police find her?
Darling, if she hasn't been found in 5 weeks, I'm afraid there's no hope. Louise, you must resign yourself to her loss. Oh, I'll answer it, dear. You just sit here and rest.
All right, Albert.
Yes?
Good evening. I've got something here which I believe belongs to you.
Belongs to me?
Yes, a trunk.
Trunk?
Yes. Ever since it came into the depot a couple of days ago, I've been trying to locate the owner, and I've been having quite a time of it. Did a little checking and figured out it might be yours.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child, but I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert.
Do you recognize it?
No. Don't you know where the trunk goes?
Well, no. It's come all the way back from California. Seems there wasn't any such address where this was shipped to.
Surely it had a return address.
Yeah, but the rain kind of washed it off. Until all you can make out now is Riverdale, New York.
What makes you think it belongs here?
Well, I sort of did a little detective work. The initials stamped on the trunk are HLR, and I looked it up in the phone book. And the only person in Riverdale with those initials lives here.
I'm sorry, but you must have the wrong place. Where will you take the trunk now?
Oh, it'll be put with unclaimed luggage. Then in a few months, it'll be sold for charges, unopened.
Sold for charges?
Yeah. And you'd be surprised what you sometimes find in unclaimed trunks. Sort of like a grab bag game. Well, sorry to trouble
Wait a
you.
minute. What did you say those initials were?
HLR.
HLR? Why, they're my mother-in-law's initials. How stupid of me, of course.
But, well, you just said it wasn't your trunk.
Well, it isn't. It's hers. Her name is Heather L. Roden.
Yeah, that was the only name in the phone book with those initials. That's why I come here.
Well, it was an extremely clever piece of detective work. I suppose there's a collect charge on the trunk?
Yep. Comes to $31.50 with the trucking. Well, I'll just put the trunk inside for you.
Thank you. Well, we'd have hated to lose the trunk. Here's $35. Keep the change.
Oh, great. Thanks. Good night.
Night. So you've come back again, as you said you would. Well, you haven't beaten me yet.
Albert, who was it? Why, the trunk. I thought it was in storage.
Well, it was, dear, but they're closing the storage house. They brought it back.
Oh, I see. Looks rather worn now, doesn't it? Albert, how do we know there isn't a letter or something in the trunk that'd give us a clue to Mother's disappearance?
Now, Louise, you know that's ridiculous. There's nothing in that trunk but clothes.
Oh, you're probably right, Albert, but just the same, I'm going to open it.
But you haven't got the key to it.
No, but I have half a dozen old keys on this ring. Possibly, just possibly, one of them might open the trunk.
Well, here, let me have the keys. I'll see if I can open it for you.
Oh, thank you, dear. Here you are.
Just a waste of time, but if it'll make you feel better. This one doesn't work. No, nor does this one.
My Albert, you're not even really trying. Here, let me...
I tell you, it's no use.
Well, let me try for myself. Oh, no, this key doesn't...
I told you so. Now, why don't you give up?
Oh, this one doesn't either.
You're only wasting your time.
No, this one isn't any good. Perhaps this one will do it. Oh, no. None of these keys will open it. But in the morning, I'm going to get a locksmith to open it. I've got to see what's in that trunk. Perhaps it'll lead to our finding Mother.
So she's going to get a locksmith in the morning, is she? Well, you won't be here when he comes. I'll see to that.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
You're not, do you hear? You're not. You'll never come back after tonight. Never. Pardon me, miss, but you store trunks here, don't you?
Why, yes, sir. This is the largest storage house in New York. Do you wish to store that trunk you just brought in?
Yes, please.
May I have your name?
Williams. John Williams.
And the address?
313 Maple Street.
Mm-hmm. What city, please?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Okay. Now, the charge for the trunk will be $4 a month. How many months do you want to store it?
How many months? Let me see how much money I have. I've only $8 with me.
Well, that'll pay for 2 months, then. If you want to keep it here longer, you can mail us your check.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay. Here's your receipt, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Good night.
And so Albert got rid of the embarrassing trunk at last. So there was only one little hitch. Before he could send any more money, he lost the storage receipt, and he forgot the false name he'd given the storage people. So he couldn't pay for additional storage. But he knew they'd keep it at least a year. He was quite sure that it could never be traced back to him. So after a few months, he stopped worrying.
Good evening, dear. How are you?
I'm all right, Albert.
Fine. Say, I bumped into George Horton and his wife on the way home, and they asked us to come to a charity auction that's being held tonight.
That was very nice of them, Albert.
Why don't we go, dear? Do you a lot of good. You haven't been anywhere for 6 months now.
I know, Albert, and I've been unfair to you, haven't I? You haven't seen anyone in 6 months yourself. All right, if you like, I'll go to the charity auction tonight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what am I bid for this beautiful antique lamp? Do I have $5? Oh, come, ladies and gentlemen. Look closely at this work of art. Now, do I hear $5?
I'll bid $5.
Now, there we have a lady with a real sense of beauty. Now, do I hear $6?
Very nice.
Good evening, George.
Hello, Albert. I'm glad that Louise and you came. How are you, Louise?
Quite well, thank you. It was nice of you to invite us here, George.
Well, we've missed both of you quite a bit these past months.
Well, I hope we'll be seeing more of it. You know, you've got quite a crowd here tonight.
Yes, we hope to raise a good deal of money. You know, that auctioneer is a genius. He can sell the most useless object and make it seem valuable.
Well, we'll have to get in on the bidding.
Hey, wait till you see the next item he puts up for sale. It's something I donated, and it's going to be quite a surprise.
You are always good at that, George.
Come on, let's move a little closer. The auctioneer.
Do I hear 12? Do I hear 12? All right, I've got $11. Well, you're going to let this remarkable lamp go for as little as $11? All right, it's your last chance, ladies and gentlemen. Going at $11 once. Going twice. Sold to the gentleman in the tweed suit. And very fortunate he is.
That lamp couldn't have cost more than $3 when it was new. Oh, now here comes something for sale that I donated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. The next item for sale is something so good that I'm tempted to enter in the bidding myself. Ladies and gentlemen, my assistant will remove that cover. And there you have the next bargain. A locked trunk. All right, ladies and gentlemen, study it well. Study it well, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give you a few minutes. Then we'll start the bidding.
The trunk. No. No, it can't be. Yet it's the same size. It's the same color. The initials. The initials, that'll prove what... No. No, they seem to have been rubbed off.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
You are back. When I didn't send them any more money, they sold the trunk for charges.
Yes, I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
All right, here we are. Now, this is no ordinary trunk, ladies and gentlemen. It was donated to this auction by Mr. George Horton, who bought it at a storage house. He never broke the lock to examine the contents, preferring to save that wonderful surprise for the person who purchases this remarkable trunk tonight. All right, who knows what it contains? Perhaps the crown jewels of Russia. Or, better still, 5 quarts of scotch. All right, now who'll start the bidding for this mystery trunk?
I'll bid $20.
$20? Why, madam, the trunk alone is worth $40. Who knows what's in it?
I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
No.
Albert, you look so pale. Is there anything wrong?
Huh? What? Oh, no. Everything's all right.
Oh, come, ladies and gentlemen. The contents of this trunk may be priceless. Do I hear a bid of $30?
I'm afraid I'm just as curious as everyone else to know what's in that trunk. I'll bid $30.
We have a bid of $30 from Mr. Horton, the German who donated this mystery trunk. All right, do I hear $40?
Albert, that trunk looks something like Mother's, doesn't it?
So you've noticed.
Surely I hear $40. Why, any dealer would pay $40 for the trunk alone. That means you'd have the contents for free. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Do I hear $40?
$40.
There's a lady with a shrewd eye for a bargain. All right. Who bids $50? I'll say 50.
But, Albert, we don't need a trunk.
Oh, let him have fun, Louise. After all, it is for charity. Besides, you can never tell what's in the trunk.
I wish I could bid on this myself, ladies and gentlemen. I now have a bid of $50, which I am convinced is only 1/10 the true value of this trunk. All right. Do I hear $60?
$60.
$70. That's more like it. Now, do I hear $80?
$80.
$100. Ah, you people are beginning to show a real appreciation for this trunk. Who'll make it 110?
110.
120. Do I hear 130?
130.
150.
Oh, fun, Albert, but you're going too high.
Leave me alone.
Albert, what's wrong with you?
The gentleman has bid $150. Do I hear any more? Going once at 150. Going twice at 150. Forward to that gentleman for $150.
I never saw anyone go after anything the way you went after that trunk, Albert. Well, I'm afraid nothing will satisfy the crowd now but for you to open up the trunk and reveal what's in it.
No, I'm sorry, but I don't intend to open until I get home. No.
Come on, Albert. Now don't spoil the fun. It won't hurt to open it.
I told you I wouldn't do it. No, I'm sorry, George, but well, I haven't a key to open it, and there's no sense in breaking the lock after paying $150 for the trunk.
Well, maybe I can help you, Mr. Horton. That's some skeleton keys that'll open any lock. Here, I'll show you. We auctioneers always running into locked trunks.
Oh, we'll certainly appreciate it.
Yeah. I think this key will do it.
Stop! You have no right to touch my trunk. I paid for it, and I don't want it open. Now get away from it. It's mine.
Albert, what's wrong with you?
Well, all right, certainly, if that's the way you feel about it.
Come on, Louise. We're going home.
Albert, you're acting so strangely. Why do you insist on dragging that trunk away now?
Stop talking and come along.
Well, all right, Albert.
Albert, that trunk is pretty heavy. Don't you want me to give you a hand with it?
I can manage it alone, thank you. Open that door for me, Louise.
Albert, don't you think you'd better let George help you get the trunk down those stairs?
No, I'm not going to let anyone touch this trunk.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
Albert, do be careful on those stairs.
I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
Be quiet, you old hag. Be quiet. You haven't defeated me yet. I'll get rid of you if it's the last thing I...
What happened, Mr. Horton?
He lost his balance on the stairs. The trunk was too heavy for him.
Oh, Albert, speak to me. Albert. George, do something.
I'm sorry, Louise. I'm afraid he's gone. Trunk crushed his skull.
Hey, look, Mr. Horton. The fall broke the trunk open. There was nothing in it but a load of books.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Too bad about poor Albert. Then there are always some mother-in-laws you simply can't get away from. They keep coming back like an old refrain. Oh, well, Albert's now a free man. Unless, of course, he's been haunted on the other side. Now, I recall another case in which a young man who woke up to find himself dead decided that... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
In the month just ahead, there will be many days that are cloudy and gray. Isn't it very important on such days to have your home bright and cheerful? Your kitchen especially, where you spend so many hours? There's one thing that will brighten your kitchen more than anything else. Gleaming linoleum floors kept fresh and spotless with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. There's practically no work to it. You just apply Glow Coat, it shines while it dries with no further work from you. It not only keeps your floors beautiful, but it actually makes linoleum last many times longer than an unprotected floor. Glow Coat is safe, easy to use, and sure to please. Try some tomorrow on your floors. Ask for Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. GLO-COAT.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place one evening last October. It was Indian summer, and I had gone out for a stroll after dining alone at the Lamplighters Club. Suddenly, a young girl rushed up and threw her arms about my neck.
Darling, how are you?
I beg your pardon. Well, after that, I'm sorry I'm not the man you were looking
Pretend that you know me. I'm being followed.
for. Followed? By whom?
He's behind you, leaning against the bank building. Oh, no, don't turn around.
Oh? Well, there's a policeman on the corner. I'll call
Oh,
him.
no. A policeman would only make things worse. Oh, come, walk along with me. Here, I'll take your arm. He must be convinced that we're old friends.
This is rather an amazing experience. Would you mind telling me your name?
It's Claire Wesley. You've probably heard of my uncle, Howard Wesley.
Howard Wesley. Oh, yes, of course. He recently returned home after being marooned on the South Sea Island for more than 30 years.
Yes, Uncle Howard was the only survivor of the liner Balmoral. He had a most unusual experience.
And what has your uncle's return to do with the man who you believe is following you?
A good deal. Barton Drake.
What? Oh, you know my name.
Oh, yes. Oh, please trust me. I need your help.
Oh?
When Uncle Howard was living on his island, he discovered a buried treasure.
Buried treasure? Now, come, Miss Wesley.
Oh, I'm serious, Mr. Drake. Uncle Howard drew a map. At first we thought, like you, that, well, perhaps he'd only been imagining finding a treasure.
Mm-hmm. And what convinced you otherwise?
Well, he had removed part of the treasure and brought it home with him.
Oh, I see. What type of valuables were they?
Well, a few old coins dated in the 16th century. A brooch and a ring.
You've checked and found them authentic?
Yes. 2 experts have guaranteed their authenticity.
Well. And why exactly do you need my help?
Because someone is trying to steal the map.
Oh.
Ever since the newspaper story was published, men have been coming to the house.
And what makes you think their purpose is to steal the map?
Because of the way Uncle Howard acts. He's terrified half the time, and... Oh, here, this is where I live.
My advice to you, Miss Wesley, is to get in touch with the police immediately.
But you don't understand. There have been threatening letters. Uncle Howard has been warned that he'll be murdered if he contacts the police.
Miss Wesley, I still don't understand why that
Uncle
would stop
Howard
people.
has been away so long. You see, well, he's afraid of civilization. He's told me he'd destroy the map if it would assure him of a peaceful existence for the rest of his days.
I see. Tell me, are you your Uncle Howard's only heir, Miss Wesley?
No, there I am.
Oh. And naturally, you don't want the map to be...
Yes, you're quite right, Mr. Drake. Naturally, we don't want the map destroyed or stolen. It is worth a small fortune. I don't pretend that we're not interested in that fortune. I'd be a hypocrite to say otherwise.
I admire your frankness, Miss Wesley.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Drake, will you come in and talk to Uncle Howard?
But if your uncle's frightened of people, if he suspects that everyone's attempting to steal his map...
I'll introduce you as my fiancé.
Your fiancé... You tempt me, Miss Wesley.
Then, and you will come?
How can I refuse? First, I'm accosted and kissed by a beautiful girl. Then asked to be her fiancé. Lead the way.
You can wait here in the library, Mr. Drake. Uncle Howard's room is just down the hall. I'll call him.
Thank you. Miss Wesley,
Yes?
since we're supposed to be engaged, shouldn't we drop the formalities? Just for appearance's sake, of course.
Why, I suppose so.
Your uncle, I'm sure, would think it strange to hear his niece referring to the man with whom she's deeply in love as Mr. Drake.
Deeply in... Oh, very well, Barton.
Thank you, Claire.
I'll be back in a moment.
Life is interesting. By Jove. Maybe something is the matter after all. I'm coming. Take it easy. Claire, what happened? Good heavens.
It's Uncle Howard. He's been shot. He's dead.
Now, Bart, you
really don't expect me to believe that stuff about buried treasure and maps and shipwrecked millionaires, do you?
I was as amused as you are at first, Inspector.
But now you believe it, eh?
I don't know. A man's been murdered. Apparently, there were no other motives but obtaining possession of the treasure map.
Treasure map. Look, how did this guy happen to be rescued after being lost for 32 years anyhow?
Well, according to the newspaper, Inspector, a fisherman found a sealed bottle on which there was a note written 32 years ago by Howard Wesley, giving the location of his island.
Shades of Captain Kidd. Bart, have you been reading adventure books or something?
You don't believe it, eh, Inspector?
Of course not. Look, have you seen the treasure map or the note that was sealed in the bottle?
Not yet. I expect you shortly. Oh, Claire, come in. Claire, this is Inspector Noah Danton.
How do you do, Inspector Danton?
Hi. Just a minute. Bart, how long have you and Claire known each other?
Oh, about an hour, Inspector. You see, Claire
An hour, he says. And already he calls her Claire.
I'm trying to explain, Inspector.
Mr. Drake, if you don't mind, I think we'd better forget the fact that we were engaged.
Engaged?
After all, my uncle is dead.
Yes, I know. However...
Oh, please, Mr. Drake, I'd rather not discuss it.
Very well, Miss Wesley, but I really can't believe your grief over your uncle's death is very sincere.
I beg your pardon?
After all, you've known your uncle for less than a month.
But
According to the story, he disappeared 32 years ago. Are you, 32 years old, Miss Wesley?
Of course not.
Which means that he disappeared several years before you were born.
Say, that's right, isn't it?
I'm afraid, Miss Wesley, that the bond of affection that you feel toward your Uncle Howard is based on something much more practical than deep human emotion.
I see. Very well, Mr. Drake. Since that's the way you feel, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Whoa, just a minute, lady. Drake stays. There's been a murder, remember?
I don't care if there has. Mr. Drake was working for me, and
now he's working for me. Go ahead, Bart. Ask your question.
Thank you, Inspector. I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. Is that the map of the buried treasure you're holding?
Yes. If you care to look at it.
Thank you.
And now, if you don't mind, I'll go. Unless I'm to consider myself under arrest.
Now, look, young lady, we haven't got time to fool around with injured pride and that sort of thing.
Wait a minute, Inspector. Miss Wesley, did you find the note that was taken from the sealed bottle?
Find it? Why, I think it's in my purse. Oh, yes, here it is.
Thank you.
In her purse, she carries it.
Well, is there something wrong with that? Judd copied it all for the newspapers, and I put the note back in my purse. Well, how can you possibly
Who's
think...
Judd?
He's my half-brother. Why?
Just asking. What's the note say, Bart?
I'll read it, Inspector. Whoever finds this, please have the authorities broadcast by radio my location as somewhere near 18 degrees south latitude and 175 degrees west longitude.
Long ways away. Now, go ahead, Bart.
I'm the sole survivor of the liner Balmoral, wrecked 4 months after leaving New York. I shall go mad unless soon rescued. We'll try and hold out until help arrives. Signed, Howard Wesley.
It doesn't tell us anything. I read the same thing in the newspapers a month ago.
Yeah, so did I, Inspector. Miss Wesley,
yes?
If your uncle valued his treasure map so much, how was it that you were able to put your hand on it immediately?
Uncle Howard valued my confidence also, Mr. Drake.
Oh, so. Then he told you where the map was hidden.
Yes.
Did Judd Graham also know the hiding place?
Of course. However, Judd is inclined to disbelieve Uncle Howard's story of the buried treasure.
Well, it's nice to know that someone's being smart in this deal.
Oh, well. You still discredit the story of the buried treasure, eh, Inspector?
Sure I do. Why, doggone it.
Why, Inspector?
Why what?
Why do you discredit the story?
Because it doesn't make sense.
No?
Now, look, this is the room where Howard Wesley was found murdered, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, look around. Everything's in order, nothing touched, no drawers open, no rugs pulled up, nothing.
Well?
If the guy who murdered Wesley was looking for the buried treasure map, he'd have turned the place upside down.
You're forgetting, Inspector, that the map was hidden in another room. Miss Wesley just brought it to us.
Okay. How about it, Miss Wesley? Was the other room ransacked?
Why, no. As a matter of fact, it wasn't.
There, I guess that proves my point. I'm not dumb, you know, Bart.
You certainly aren't, Inspector. Your reasoning in this particular instance was most logical.
Well, thanks, Bart. It seems nice to have you agree with me.
I'm sorry, Inspector, but I don't agree with you.
Huh?
I think that the person who murdered Howard Wesley believes there is a buried treasure. I believe his motive for murder was to secure possession of that map. I also believe that the murderer will return here within 24 hours.
Hello, Betty.
Well, Judd Graham, where have you been?
I got here as quickly as I could.
Quickly as you could? That's a lie. You've been drinking. You stopped at Tony's.
Oh, Betty, listen to
Take
me.
your hands off me. I told you what the deal was going to be. Well, did you get the map?
Oh, be reasonable, Betty. I did what you told me. I tried to find it.
Oh, Judd. And you promised.
I know I promised, and I'll keep the promise. Believe me, I will.
How can I believe you now?
Oh, Betty, listen to me. The map's around the house somewhere. It's got to be.
You've been saying that for a month. What if someone else finds it first?
Well, how can they? Claire and I are the only ones allowed in the house.
Well, but Claire might have...
Oh, that's nonsense. Even if Claire did know where Uncle Howard had hidden the map, she wouldn't steal it.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Claire... Well, Claire isn't that kind of girl.
Oh, I see. Then you think that I am.
No, I don't think that at all. I think you're the most wonderful girl in the world.
Do you, Judd?
You know I do.
Judd.
Yes, Betty?
Love me?
Yes, I love you so much, I sometimes think I'll go mad.
Darling, kiss me.
Betty, you will go away with me, won't you?
Well, of course I will, Judd, darling. And we're going to be terribly happy together. Only...
Yes. Only you want me to get the map.
But, darling, don't you see, we haven't any money. It wouldn't be any fun without money, and, well, so many people would pay us for the map.
Okay. I'll try again.
Well, you don't want to.
Oh, I do, Betty, I do. I said I would, didn't I?
You didn't sound very convincing. You don't seem to care what I want.
Oh, Betty, stop talking like that. You know that's all I care about.
Well...
I'll get the map for you, Betty. If it's what you want, I'll get it. Even if I have to kill Uncle Howard.
I must say, Mr. Drake, I'm not much impressed with your method of solving a murder.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. What would you suggest I do?
Well, I don't know, I'm sure, but I'm not a detective. If I were, I'd certainly do more than merely sit around waiting for the murderer to put in an appearance.
Then you don't think he will?
Certainly not. That story about a criminal returning to the scene of his crime is a fallacy.
Is it really?
Oh, very well. Laugh at me. But I've read a dozen times where that theory's been exploded.
I'm not laughing, Miss Wesley. Furthermore, I've read the same thing.
But, of course, being Barton Drake, you're going to prove that the authorities are wrong.
I'm going to attempt to. I can tell you better what my chances of success are after Inspector Danton has completed his search of the house.
And just what does Inspector Danton expect to find as the result of his search?
I don't know. Possibly he thinks the murderer might be lurking in some dark closet ready to pop out at us.
I'm not amused, Mr. Drake.
No? Well, then perhaps you'd like to accompany me on an errand I have to do.
Well, under the
My destination is the reference room of the Morning Ledger.
But I don't believe that
I'm quite sure I can show you something of interest, Miss Wesley.
I see. You're not asking me to go. You're demanding.
Oh, come, Miss Wesley.
You suspect me of murdering my uncle. All right. I'm your prisoner.
But a very charming prisoner. Will you get your hat, please? Let me see now. September 5th. September 6th. Here we are, Saturday, September 8th.
If you're looking for the account of my uncle's rescue, it's on page 7.
Thank you, Miss Wesley. Page 7. Here it is. Lost millionaire rescued after 32 years on South Sea Island.
Do you no good to read the entire account, Mr. Drake? You'll find that everything I've told you is true.
Are you bored, Miss Wesley?
Well, I've had more exciting times.
Miss Wesley, you are a very charming prisoner.
Your flattery is wasted, Mr. Drake.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me, please. Howard Wesley, millionaire, who was believed drowned from his yacht, the Balmoral. Well, what do you know about that? So, Mr. Wesley's taken up temporary residence with his niece, Miss Claire Wesley, at a home on Clark Street.
I suppose by that, You mean to imply that you've made a great discovery?
Indeed, I do, Miss Wesley.
Well, what, for goodness sake?
For one thing, I'm surprised to learn that your uncle was picked up in a small boat which he had manufactured himself.
How remarkable. The fact that Uncle Howard manufactured a boat of his own gives Barton Drake a clue to the identity of his murderer.
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it, Miss Wesley? Well, let's go back to the house. Inspector Danton will be getting impatient.
Well, here we are, Betty. You wait outside
Oh,
and I'll...
nothing doing. This time I'm going to see to it that you really look for that map.
Yeah, but Claire might be home
I
and
hope she is. Time I met that sister of yours. Say, you're not ashamed to introduce me to her, are you?
Of course not. I want you to meet her, darling. Only...
Only what?
Nothing. Come along.
Why did you ring the bell?
Well, if Claire's home, I don't want to go barging in on her unannounced.
Well, no one's answered the bell. Have you got a key?
Yes, I've got one.
No one here that have heard us before now.
I guess you're right.
Well, where's your uncle staying?
Come with me.
You're sure he keeps a map in the house?
Oh, yes, he wouldn't trust it anywhere else. This is Uncle Howard's room here.
Well, at least he doesn't keep his door locked.
Well, it wouldn't do him any good. The keys to all the rooms are the same.
Nobody here.
Uncle Howard and Claire probably went out together. They usually do at this time of day.
Well, come on, let's get started.
Well, you begin at the bureau, and I'll go through his desk.
Okay. Hey, what does the map look like, anyway?
Oh, it's just an ordinary piece of paper.
All right, you two, get your hands up.
Say, what is this? Who the devil are you?
Santa Claus. Now, do you get your hands
Don't do
up?
it, Judd. He's after the map. Go and get him.
Yeah, get him. How about it, Bob? Are you going to take the babe's advice or mine? I got the gun, you know.
Well, what is it you want? If it's the map, you're wasting your time.
Bob, in just a second, I'm going to waste a bullet.
Oh, don't believe him, Judd. He wouldn't dare shoot.
Lady, it looks like you're asking me to plug holes in your boyfriend.
All right. I've got my hands up. Now, what am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to tell this babe to shut up, for one thing.
Oh, don't listen to him, Judd. He's going to try and make you tell where the map is.
Lady, if you don't button up your lip, I'll...
Tell him who you are, Judd. Tell him you live here. Tell him...
Live here?
Well, of course he lives here. Who do you think you are, breaking into honest people's houses? You're just a...
Now, wait a minute. Bob, is your name Judd Graham?
Well, of course he's Judd Graham. You knew he was all the time. Now get out of here before we call the police.
Oh, shut up.
I won't shut up. You won't make me shut up. I know why you're here.
Why?
What?
I said why.
What?
Now, just a minute, Betty. For heaven's sake, calm down. There's nothing we could do so long as he has the gun.
Bob, you're smart. Now, look.
What's that?
Don't get excited. It's only Drake.
Drake? Who's he?
You'll see in a minute. Hey, Bart. Bart. Down here.
Coming, Inspector. Well, what have we here?
A talking machine and a guy who says his name is Judd Graham.
A couple of cops. Judd, what in the world has happened?
Perhaps you can tell us, Claire. If this man is a friend of yours, I wish you asked him to point that gun the other way.
But why is he pointing it at you at all? Doesn't he know who you are? Sure, he knows who we are. We just told him, but the big flatfoot hasn't got any sense.
One more crack out of you, lady, and I'll...
You
Just
what?
a minute, please. Inspector, whom did you think these two people were?
How should I know? They come sneaking in here, began poking around. I figured they were looking for the map.
The map? Oh, then it's all a mistake. Judd wouldn't have to look for the map. He knows as well as I where Uncle Howard kept it. What was that?
Now, just a minute, Betty.
Why, you double-crossing, two-timing chiseler. What kind of a sucker do you think you're playing me for?
Oh, Betty, listen. You've got to listen. I didn't know. Honest. Claire only thought I did.
Oh, Judd, that's not so. Oh, the lousy tricks. Hey, I'm getting out of here.
Just a minute.
Get out of my way, Breaker, Jake, or whatever your name is.
Inspector.
Yeah, it'll be a pleasure. All right, lady, relax.
Keep your hands off of you. If Betty wants to leave, she can.
Says who?
Oh, Mr. Drake, will you please explain what this is all about? It's Judd's business if he wants to bring his girls to the house.
Yes, but it's not Judd's business when there's a crime involved.
A crime? What the devil are you talking about?
In a minute, I'll explain, Graham. Tell me, was it really the map you were looking for, or this slip of paper?
What slip of paper? Where did you get that?
Your sister gave it to me. She had it in her purse ever since you copied it off and gave the story to the newspapers.
But that's only the note that Uncle Howard wrote and placed in the sealed bottle. But Judd...
Do you want to tell her, Judd?
Why,
Naturally, you don't. But suppose you tell me why you pretended to this young lady that you'd been searching for the map. Or shall I tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell us, smart guy.
Frankly, I can only guess. Judd, are you in love with Betty?
Well, yes, I am.
I thought so. Up until she read about your uncle's treasure map, Betty wouldn't marry you. Is that correct?
That's none of your business.
But I'm making it my business for a very definite reason, Judd. When Betty read about the treasure map, she asked you to get it. She figured it would be worth considerable money. She threatened to break your engagement if you didn't get it.
Now, look here, Drake, you can't...
I'm only guessing, Graham. You can deny my statements anytime you like.
Oh, what's the use? Sure, you're right. I told Betty I'd get her the map. I didn't want to lose it.
But you never found the map, even though you knew where it was all the time. Instead, you kept searching for this note.
Yes, that's
but
right.
But why, Judd? Why?
I'll answer that, Miss Wesley. Judd knew the map was worthless. He knew there wasn't any treasure. He knew that unless he found and destroyed the note, which your uncle allegedly wrote, someone would reveal the hoax and his girlfriend would lose interest.
Hoax? What do you mean, hoax?
I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. The man who told you he was your uncle was an imposter. He was never shipwrecked. In fact, I doubt if he was ever out of the city.
Well, now, isn't that just dandy? So Uncle Howard made chumps out of the whole bunch of us, huh? Well, okay, so we lose. Anyway, we're still alive, and that's something.
What do you mean, we're still alive, miss?
Well, we are, aren't we? And that old coot...
Go on.
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything.
On the contrary, you were going to say that old coot was dead.
I wasn't. I don't know what you're talking
about. I'm afraid you do, miss. How did you know that Uncle Howard was dead?
Well, I didn't. Hey, you're not going to pin this on me. Let me out of here. You're not going to
get me... Inspector. Don't worry. She won't get away. Relax, lady.
Oh.
You've got nothing to worry about. You're only under arrest for committing first-degree murder. I guess we cleaned that one up pretty fast, eh?
Yes, I guess we did, Inspector.
You know, Uncle Howard wasn't so dumb at that.
You're quite right, Inspector. He planned his hoax skillfully and nearly succeeded in fooling everyone.
Yeah. If he'd sold that map, he'd have been set for life.
He certainly would.
Too bad for him that the babe decided to come looking for the map herself, got caught, and had to shoot good old Uncle Howard.
Yes, a pity, Inspector.
The thing is, Uncle Howard fooled everyone but Drake, eh?
You're quite wrong, Inspector. Judd Graham wasn't fooled for a minute.
Is that so?
Very much so, Inspector. It was Judd, you know, who gave the story of the sealed note to the newspapers.
Well?
Well, when Judd copied off the note for him, he omitted one phrase.
One phrase?
Yes.
What is that?
He omitted the phrase that said, "Whoever finds this, please have the authorities broadcast by radio my location as somewhere near 18 degrees south latitude and 175 degrees west longitude."
No such location, eh?
No such thing as a radio 32 years ago, Inspector.
Well, I'll be a cross-eyed goose. Say...
Yes, Inspector.
Where are you going?
Well, if you'll pardon me, Inspector, I'm going to find Claire.
So, it's Claire again. What do you want to see her for?
I want to explain to her, Inspector, in a negative sort of way, that among other things, mystery is my hobby.
Every one of you undoubtedly has a headache or pain remedy that you swear by. But haven't you noticed that on some occasions it fails you? That there are times it does not seem to work? On these occasions, let me suggest that you try Anacin, for here is a remedy that I'm sure won't fail you. You'll find the fastest and most complete relief in Anacin you have ever experienced. The reason is simple. Anacin contains not one pain-soothing agent alone, but 4. One of which is in all probability the remedy you now customarily take to relieve pain. You can get Anacin at your druggist for a few cents. Your money back if you're not pleased. I'll spell the name. Anacin.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people. Starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Lurene Tuttle and Howard Culver, with the original music of Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, hate, jealousy, anger, despair, and greed. And here is Warren William.
These are the stories of strange wills made by strange people. Men and women who defy and defile every moral law of respectability and decency to satisfy a mad desire, to right an imaginary wrong that burns like a raging fire in their shriveled souls. Strange wills are stories based upon actual wills gathered from courts all over the world. Names, places, and time have been changed so that no reflection can fall on any person or persons, living or dead. Only the sin remains. Deadly sins that cry out from the depths of the grave for vengeance. You'll presently see what I mean, but first, a word from your announcer.
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in The Mad Concerto.
This is the story of a woman who voluntarily became a prisoner of love because of greed. It's not a nice story, quite the contrary. Mad Concerto is the story of a beautiful woman who gave up every feminine and human desire for the power that goes with dollars. 10 million of them. It happened a short while after I'd begun the practice of law in an eastern city on the Atlantic seaboard. I remember I was standing near the window of my office, looking out over the myriad of skyscrapers. Oh, how I craved excitement. How I prayed for one case to pull me away from the small, inconsequential work that is a young lawyer's lot. Perhaps I prayed too hard because... Mr. O'Connell speaking.
Mr. O'Connell, you don't know me personally, but many years ago I retained your father as my lawyer, and I have every reason to believe that I will find you just as sincere and trustworthy.
Well, thank you, sir.
Don't thank me. I haven't done anything for you yet.
Yes, sir.
Have you a pencil handy?
Yes, sir. Mr...
Then take this address down. 127 Kingsbury Road. Have you got it?
Yes, sir, I have it. 127 Kingsbury Road.
I want you here at 10 o'clock tonight. Come prepared to draw up a last will and testament. My last will and testament. I expect you to live up to every vow of privacy between client and lawyer.
Oh, of course, sir. That goes without saying.
Good. My matter is urgent and, well, let's say unusual. My name, Mr. O'Connell, is Walker. J.C. Walker. Good day, sir.
Had I heard correctly? Walker? J.C. Walker? No, it couldn't be true. Why, J.C. Walker was one of the richest financiers in America. Retired, he'd lived abroad and had recently come home. Why, my prayer was answered. I was excited. I tried to go back to the ordinary office routine, but the clock on the wall stood still. I'll never forget how long that day lasted. At exactly 7 o'clock, I got into my car and began the long 60-mile trip to the country estate of my client. I was tingling with anticipation.
You can't drive in there, mister. Private property.
I'm looking for 127 Kingsbury Road, Mr. Walker's residence.
What's the name?
O'Connell. John Francis O'Connell, attorney at law.
Oh, yes, go right in. Mr. Walker's expecting you.
Thank you. I drove up the long driveway and stopped at the Walker Mansion entrance.
Come in, please, Mr. O'Connell. Mr. Walker is waiting for you. He's in his study on the second floor.
Thank you very much. As I entered the door, I stopped. It was like a beautiful dream come true. I mean her, of course. She was sitting at a concert grand piano, completely engrossed in her music. She was exquisite, something out of a picture book. She had a wild, barbarous look, and her blonde hair seemed to keep tempo with the strange, savage music she was playing. As I passed her, she glanced up for just a fleeting moment, and I saw she had brown eyes that seemed to probe deeply into my soul. She held me with a long and tense look, and then I lowered my eyes and followed the servant up the stairs. Who was this strange creature? This most beautiful, most sensuous of women? Even the scent of her exotic perfume reached out like tentacles of doom and encircled me. Unfortunately, I was to learn later.
Glad you're here, O'Connell. Sit down over here by my desk and we'll go to work.
Thank you, sir. I feel very honored.
Don't be. You may yet rue the day I called you. Drink?
Yes, thank you.
Here's to a momentous night.
And to your health, Mr. Walker.
You gave me a hollow toast, Mr. O'Connell, because my doctor has given me just 2 weeks to settle my affairs and die.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not unhappy about it. I've made millions, had everything. It's time to let someone else have a chance. Now, here are the bequests I've made. They're all down here on a slip of paper. All but one. And that's what I want to talk to you about. Mr. O'Connell, you saw Nadia playing the piano as you entered, didn't you?
Oh, yes, sir, I did. I think she's very unusual, very lovely, very...
Mr. O'Connell, you're out here to draw a will.
Yes, sir.
O'Connell, I love Nadia. I love her because she is a genius. I recognized her unusual talent from the first day I met her in Vienna almost 9 years ago. I'd read that Nadia Winter was making her debut at the Wilhelmstrasse Theater, and I attended. Yes, and stayed to worship at the throne of genius. Never in my life had I seen such technique, such warmth and feeling. I remember as she was ending her final number. I left the theater before she had taken her final bow and took the liberty of going backstage to make her acquaintance.
Yes?
My card, Miss Winter. I hope you'll pardon this intrusion, but as a sincere lover of music, I could not refrain from...
I'm very thankful for your interest, Mr. Walker. Won't you sit down, please?
Yes, thank you. I won't detain you for more than a moment. Perhaps you'll be made happy with what I have to tell you.
What?
It's simply this. I'm old, retired, rich, and frank.
And you might add interesting, too, Mr. Walker.
Be that as it may. I want to tell you that your work tonight has impressed me tremendously. So much so that I want to help finance the completion of your musical studies here in Europe. And later I will arrange a series of concerts for you throughout the United States.
Oh, Mr. Walker.
Quite frankly, Miss Winter, I consider you a potential genius, and your talent belongs to all of us.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Walker. I am just a bit confused. All this, it's so unexpected. Of course, I realize only too well that a professional career in music is long and tedious and quite expensive as well.
There need not be the slightest objection to my offer, Miss Winter. You may rest assured that your private life will remain your own.
I will consider your offer in the same frankness in which you have given it, Mr. Walker. Please let me think it over for a day or two. I'm staying at the Terra House. Call me later in the week, and you've been very, very kind.
As you can surmise, Nadia finally accepted my offer. I engaged the finest teachers for her, both here and abroad. Through the years, I think she grew to love me. Oh, not me personally, perhaps, but rather that innate sense of security that clings to wealth. Yes, Mr. O'Connell, this is a strange love that has borne strange fruit. I intend to perpetuate it. I want to die knowing that she will never love another man, that her every living breath will be devoted to her music and to my memory.
Forgive me, Mr. Walker. I wish to withdraw from the case. Some other attorney...
Nonsense, O'Connell. You're just infatuated with Nadia. All men are. It will pass. Nadia will see to that. Nadia has one weakness. She loves power, needs it in order to successfully concentrate on her career. I honestly think she would sell her soul for power in order to accomplish her goal. This is my only chance to hold her, and I'm going to do just that, even though it's from my grave. The last bequest in my will, Mr. O'Connell, is one to you for $10 million.
To me? $10 million?
$10 million to be held in trust by you for the use and benefit of Nadja Winter. She is to receive the entire income for the rest of her life, so long as she lives here in this house, alone, and never marries.
But, Mr. Walker, you can't be serious.
On the contrary, I was never more serious. This girl has one of two choices: to live in luxury the rest of her life, enough to satisfy her every whim and aspiration, or to fall in love and lose her genius. What she will ultimately do rests in the lap of the gods and in the green-eyed monster of greed.
The will of James Carlson Walker was duly signed and executed 3 days later. And none too soon, for true to the doctor's prediction, J.C. Walker did not live beyond the following week. Nadja knew nothing of the trust, so I was instructed by the testator to advise her of the fact the day after the funeral. As I was admitted into the Walker residence, Nadja Winter was again at the piano, and her music more emotional, more savage than ever. She didn't hear me enter, and I stood quietly in the darkened shadows of the room. As the music swelled to a crescendo...
Oh!
I beg your pardon, Miss Winter. I am Mr. O'Connell, John Francis O'Connell, attorney at law. Mr. Walker asked me to come here and discuss certain business matters with you.
Oh, please sit down, Mr. O'Connell. And pardon me for not hearing you enter. I was lost in, shall we say, a musical thought.
Thank you, Miss Winter.
Please don't be so formal, Mr. O'Connell. Call me Nadja.
It would make me happy to.
Mr. Walker told me just before he died that you would come to see me.
Nadja, Mr. Walker has been exceedingly generous with you in a queer sort of way.
I don't understand. He was always most kind and considerate.
I don't know if his bequest to you was either kind or considerate, but he was determined that it should be final and absolute.
He was always unusual, Mr. O'Connell. That is what made me love him. I never knew what to expect next.
Nadja, I am trustee over a fund of a considerable amount of money, $10 million to be exact. You are to receive the entire income from this trust as long as you, well...
Oh, come, John, it can't be as bad as that.
As long as you live in this house, alone, and never marry.
As long as I live here in this house, alone, and never marry?
Yes, Nadja. But if you prefer to leave or marry, the money is to go to certain charities.
I don't know what to say. Or do. He has made me a prisoner. A prisoner of love. And $10 million to form the bars of my cage. But I want money. I want power more than anything the world or life can offer. And $10 million will get it for me. I'll stay, Mr. O'Connell. Yes, I'll stay. And I'll get everything I want from life. Everything. You wait and see.
Part 2 of Strange Wills follows in just a moment. now back to Mad Concerto and Warren William.
For the first few months, I saw Nadja regularly. She seemed gay and carefree, and her music was light and restful. Then, quite suddenly, I noticed a change. The transition was abrupt. There was a distinct violence in her mood, as if a storm was brewing. I decided to have a serious talk with her for more than one reason.
Oh, John, I don't know what I'd have done without you these last 2 years.
But why must it be for only 2 years, Nadja?
Because that's the way I've taught myself to live. Never to look beyond the horizon. And especially where you're concerned, Mr. Counselor.
Nadja, I came over this afternoon to have a serious talk with you.
Well, darling, haven't you always found me to be a good listener?
Yes, that's the trouble. You listen very dutifully, and very beautifully, too. But somehow I never win my point before this lovely court of law.
You simply won't conform to my pattern of reasoning, will you, John?
No, because it's fallacious, Nadja. Now listen to me for a moment. For 2 years, you've been working over 8 hours a day on nothing but music. You've become a machine. Oh, why won't you...
Give up my inheritance and marry you? You've said it 1,000 times before, haven't you, John?
Yes, I've said it 1,000 times, but only because I love you, Nadja. I've loved you from the very first day I entered this house. I can't believe that your career is more important than a happy marriage, especially when you're forced to live alone. Alone like a prisoner in this house.
I do it from preference only, John. You see, I don't think you understand my temperament. I am an artist. My whole life has been devoted to one principle, to forswear the world for music. Don't think I'm the first to do this. Oh, all the famous composers have sacrificed in one way or another their devotion to create. I am no different. I eat, sleep, and love, to be sure. But never for a moment do I forget why I am here. My music will one day be my monument. Your love for me, my affection for you, must remain secondary and without hope of fulfillment.
But can't you see you've been changing, Nadja, and not for the better?
Oh, John, don't you realize the hopelessness is
Oh, darling, you're young and beautiful. Your money's a curse that's not only permeated your body, but is affecting your soul. I beg you, let me turn it over to charity. Marry me now, Nadja, before it's too late. Keep your career. I'll do everything in my power to help you reach your goal. Oh, for the love I bear you, Nadja. Now, today, let's end this nightmare of horror.
Stop! Stop! I'll not listen to another word! John, I have never really loved a human being. I have not the capabilities. I love only attributes in others. I love James Walker because he represented power, which to me is the greatest thing in life. And you too, John, I have love for your kindness and your understanding. Sometimes I wish that... But it's useless to discuss it further. You are a lawyer retained by my benefactor to carry out the provisions of a trust. I will not ask for counsel or advice. My life is mine to do with as I choose. Hereafter you will mail my check, and I ask you not to come back until I send for you.
I see I'm too late.
Goodbye, Mr. O'Connell.
Goodbye, Nadja. The savage way she turned to the piano horrified me. I left with a heavy heart. Yes, Nadja was losing her battle. Her power had been purchased at the price of freedom and sanity. I rode back to town, deeply depressed. I saw no more of Nadja for many years. 18, to be exact. Her check was mailed regularly, and I'd heard rumors to the effect that she'd entirely withdrawn into herself and permitted no one to enter her home. Even tradesmen were required to leave their wares on the steps. Then, early one winter morning, it must have been round 2 o'clock. Huh? Oh. Hello?
Mr. O'Connell, this is Nadja Winter. Do you remember me?
Oh, Nadja. You haven't once been out of my thoughts these many years.
Come out right away, Mr. O'Connell. I have something of the utmost importance to discuss with you, and I want you to come alone. And please hurry. Please hurry, Mr. O'Connell.
I'll be out there as fast as my car can get me there. In 20 minutes, I'd left the city behind me and was making 60 over ice and snow that begged for caution. In memory, I was reliving the years. The last time I'd seen Nadja, she was young and breathtaking. But greed had been her bedfellow, and power her counselor. I wanted to see Nadja again more than anything on earth. I left my car at the gate and trudged through the snowdrifts to the house. As I approached the once beautiful and ornate mansion, I could hardly believe my eyes. The front porch had crumbled. Even the steps had rotted away, leaving gaping holes in the foundation. The windows were broken, and the holes stuffed with paper. I climbed up and pushed against the door. It responded grudgingly to my touch. Nadja was at the piano, just where she'd been the last time I'd seen her. An old frayed dressing gown partially covered her gaunt, thin body. Her blonde hair, now streaked with silver, ran riot over her shoulders, looking like 1,000 coiled serpents. Suddenly, she turned and looked up at me, and then I saw her eyes. Their soft brown luminousness had turned to stark, cold madness. She held me in her stare much like a cobra holds its prey. Blood left my face. I was terrified by what I saw.
Sit down, Mr. O'Connell. Things have changed a bit since you were here last, haven't they?
Nadja, I'll call a doctor. You need help. Medical and spiritual help.
No, Mr. O'Connell, I don't need help. I sent for you for a very special reason. As you know, years ago, I gave up the world and its pleasures for money and for power. I wanted money because it gave me a chance to create. I wanted power because it would make the world listen to my music. All these years I've created. My music lies here in these boxes. It will live after me because you are going to publish it. Tonight I am giving my last concert. It is my greatest creation of all. I call it Concerto Finale. And you, Mr. O'Connell, shall be the first to hear it. First to hear it.
The music started out softly, tenderly. It sounded like the sparkling water of a murmuring brook as it danced lightly along on its way through forest and glen. I imagined it to be the early childhood life of Nadja, when youth was gay and filled with the laughter of crowded childhood. But in the next movement, I noticed a perceptible change. There were flashes of uncontrolled emotion breaking through to disrupt the calm tranquility of the theme. The tempo increased. The chords became discordant. It sounded like the cry of a distressed soul crying out for deliverance. Nadja was looking straight ahead, looking into the darkness and the gloomy shadows of the room. But I knew she was looking far beyond. She was reliving her life. And the poignant sorrows interspersed with happier moments had all been interwoven into this, the bitter end of her musical career. And now she'd entered into the final tragedy of her life. The wild notes shrieked into the room and blended with the moaning of the winter wind. I shuddered. Never had I heard music played like this before. To me, it seemed as if all the diabolical imps from Hades were striking the keys through her fingers. It was the discordant lamentation of the damned. I wiped the perspiration from my forehead in spite of the cold within the room. I must help Nadja and save her music at any cost. Quickly, I formulated a plan. While Nadja was lost in her mad reverie, I'd slip out and phone for medical assistance. I hoped she'd keep playing until I could return. I arose quietly and slipped out of the door and ran down the long snow-covered path to my car. I could still hear Nadja's music as it swept along in its mad theme of abject misery and despair. Just as I was about to enter my car, I heard a dull rumble come from the direction of the house. I looked up. Great soaring fingers of flame were shooting heavenward. The house was on fire. Even as I hurried back, I knew I was too late. Like something out of Dante's Inferno, this house was becoming the funeral pyre of Nadja and her music. Through the crackling of the flames, I still heard the piano. Nadja was ending her mad concerto. Then, quite suddenly, the whole house collapsed like a tortured soul. And so ended the mad concerto. A girl genius, the lust for power, and the green-eyed monster of greed. But the sin did not die with Nadja Winter. It lives on in the hearts of men and women, secret and unconquered.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you what the official records say about the probate cause of the Mad Concerto. But first, a message from our sponsor. Here again is Warren William.
And the fire? The records simply say fire of unknown origin. Was it accidental? Could it have been a human sacrifice at the pagan altar of greed? Who knows? For greed is the cause of endless suffering. What would have happened to Nadja Winter, I wonder, if she'd been able to live a normal, carefree life and still retain her genius? Perhaps the two are incompatible. I don't know. Do you? Next week, I'm going to tell you the story behind one of the strangest wills ever written. We're all familiar with the splendid results of modern psychiatry. But when you mix a mad, covetous psychiatrist together with a lovely, beautiful woman who has a husband, well, you've got a situation. We call this unusual story alias Dr. Svengali. This is Warren William inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crippin and directed by Albert Ulrich. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood.
But first, here's a mighty swell suggestion. Kellogg's Pep! Say, gang, you'll want to spread the news around to all your friends that you're collecting those slick new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way they'll know you can trade duplicates with them. And you wouldn't want to miss out on that fun. You want to be sure you round out your collection of all 18 different buttons. Yep, that's 18 different comic strip characters, like Smitty and K.O. and Herbie and Superman, of course. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp, new comic buttons. Not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize. One of these bright new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, PEP, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London.
The Black Museum. The repository of death. Yes, here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a skillet, a screwdriver, a photograph, all are touched by murder. Here's a .22 caliber pistol. It's a familiar object. You've seen one or its picture. You've never touched one. An elegant little weapon, blue steel, mother-of-pearl inlaid grip, beautiful in its dainty, snub-nosed wickedness.
A lady's weapon, wouldn't you say, Pepper?
Looks as if it wouldn't harm a fly. Pretty in its way, Inspector.
Pretty and dangerous. There ought to be a law forbidding the manufacture of these toys. Every one of them is capable of death.
Well, today, this little blue .22 can be found among the exhibits in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Well, here we are in the Black Museum. Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. It's an impressive place. The kind of echoing awe which comes from a vaulted ceiling and somber lighting. Weird, fantastic, with a harsh, real fantasy that comes with murder. Here lies death, and so neatly. Each object placarded with a small white card labeled with black lettering, name, place, date, disposition of the case. Here's an odd-looking ashtray, soapstone. It's carved rather nicely with the crouching figure of a woman. Something decorative for your living room, but observe closely now the red-brown stain on the rim. Lift up the tray, hold it by the figure of the woman. Oh, yes, it's comfortable in your hand, and suddenly, this is a weapon. Ah, here we are, the little blue .22. Well, it's silent now. It was silent, too, during Vivian Davis's cocktail party in London's smart, sophisticated West End. In Vivian's quite chic apartment. It was not destined to be silent, though. Not very long. It's a nice place, Vivian's apartment, if you go for ultra-modern glass and metal combinations. Nice people, too. Well, nice looking, anyway. Young men are quite impeccable. The young ladies are lovely, lush, well aware of the well-put-together attractiveness. Oh, yes, these are the chic young people.
Larry,
Darling, have you been watching Vivian and Donald?
What else, sweet? They are at dagger points, aren't they?
Well, frankly, Larry, if Viv has one more martini, she'll kill Donald with a look.
An alcoholic look, at any rate. But why all the fuss and bother? If Donald wants to play, she ought to let him. I know at least 3 males who are perfectly willing to give Viv a time, really.
Mm-hmm. Including yourself, Larry, my sweet?
No, darling, I'm the 4th. But then why bother?
A trifle strange, isn't it? The ultra-sophisticated, the over-civilized, and yet, beneath the polish, the same old jealousy that you can find in savages. Oh, yes, simple jealousy. For instance, at this moment, Vivian herself is approaching the chrome and plastic bar where Donald is mixing a drink.
Donald, haven't you had enough? You're quite tight, you know.
Am I? Really?
I asked you, Donald, haven't you had enough?
I don't believe I have. Will you have one, dear?
I've had enough, let me tell you. This is my party. You might be polite enough to pay some attention to me and a little less to that strawberry blonde.
She's quite attractive in a leggy sort of way.
Oh, yes, quite elemental beneath the polished surface. An interesting situation. It continues, of course, as long as the party lasts. It continues, as a matter of fact, well past the end of the party, even to the moment when May and Larry are making their farewells. The last of the guests to go.
Oh, it was simply marvelous, Viv, darling. Just delightful.
I always adore your parties, Viv. The liquor flows like water.
Oh, thank you both for coming. My little parties wouldn't be the same without you. Isn't that so, Donald?
Huh? Yes, yes, of course.
Coming, Donald, old son?
Well, I don't exactly
Oh,
know.
Larry, please.
What? Oh, put my foot in it, haven't I? I'm sorry, old man. Au revoir, Viv. Let the martinis run again sometime soon.
Bye, darling. Ring me, won't you? Oh, soon, darling. Quite soon.
Donald's for it now. Did you see the look in her eye?
Come along, dear. Don't be catty.
Oh, I don't know.
The party's over now. Silence descends on the carpeted hallway for a moment or two. And then, through the muffling walls...
You stupid little, silly little beast on that woman.
Oh, stop it, Viv. I'm not interested in her. I've
So
told
you
you
make me look such a perfect idiot.
Man versus woman. A jealous woman. Where does it go? Isn't it obvious? Of course. Somebody's bound to be hurt. Inspector Summers and Detective Pepper arrive quickly from the yard.
This seems to be the weapon, Inspector. A .22. Blue steel, mother-of-pearl grip.
A lady's weapon, wouldn't you say, Pepper?
Looks as if it wouldn't harm a fly. Pretty in its way, Inspector.
Pretty and dangerous. There ought to be a law forbidding the manufacture of these toys. Every one of them is capable of death.
Funny.
What is?
The body, out here, on the landing.
Yes. Well, we'll find the reason for that shortly. Not much blood. 22s don't make much of a hole. Stay here, Pepper. I want the pathologist to see the body before it goes to the morgue. You know the procedure. I'll be inside with the prime and only suspect.
Yes, sir. I understand.
All right. Tell me how it happened.
Don't you dare to talk to me like that.
Take hold of yourself, Miss Davis. I need the answers to a few questions. I'll answer that.
Don't you dare. That's my telephone.
Yes? No. This is Inspector Summers of Scotland Yard. I see. I'm sorry, Lady Munsey, you can't speak to your daughter just now. Yes. She'll be coming down to the yard. You can come there if you wish. Goodbye.
Now will you leave me alone? You know who my mother is.
Which do you prefer, to answer my questions here or to come down to the yard?
I refuse to answer anything.
That won't look well in the report, miss.
Oh, get out of here. Get out.
Take
now.
hold of yourself, Miss Davis.
I told you and told you. Donald and I were arguing. I suppose I grabbed the gun from under the pillow where I keep it. He tried to take it away from me. And next I knew there was a shot and he was mumbling something about a doctor. And then he was dead. Oh, now leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Inspector Summers felt that further questioning was indicated. The location he chose was his own office at the yard.
Where did you get the gun, Miss Davis?
My husband gave it to me several years ago.
Are you married?
I was. I'm divorced.
Inspector Summers thought of many questions.
Where did you struggle over the gun?
In the bedroom.
I see. Why do you use linoleum for a floor covering in the bedroom?
Oh, because it's easy to keep clean, and because it's chic, and because... Oh, what has that to do with Donald?
I'm asking the questions, Miss Davis.
Oh, yes, there were many, many questions.
How long have you lived at that address? How long did you know Donald Martin? Have you ever bought any ammunition for that gun? What were you quarreling about?
It went on and on. And finally...
Very well, Miss Davis. We shan't hold you. But don't leave London. And your mother is waiting for you. You better go home with her. We are sealing your apartment.
An inconvenient matter, violent death from a gunshot wound. Apartments are sealed, people investigate. One's whole life is turned inside out. And then there are the experts.
The scientific facts contradict some of Miss Davis's statements, Inspector.
They do? For instance?
There's no evidence of any scorching of the clothing round the bullet hole. From that fact and the spread of the smoke stain, I deduce that the gun was held from 3 to 6 inches from Martin's chest. As the blood ran down the chest, he must have been standing at the time. It would be practically impossible for him to hold the weapon himself in that position.
Could he have clutched the barrel, say, in an attempt to take it away from Miss Davis?
In that case, his fingers would be singed, or at least blackened. They're not. I do not believe that the man was touching the weapon at all when it was fired.
An embarrassing conclusion, to say the least. There were other things.
I've checked Martin's shoes at the morgue, Inspector.
Well?
If they struggled in that bedroom, on that polished linoleum floor, his shoes would have had to scratch the floor. They're leather-soled, and they have metal taps on the tips.
Very good. Another discrepancy. Now, Pepper, I think we'd better have a bit of a talk with the neighbors. Are you certain of that, Mrs. Merritt?
I am positive. It's not the first time they yelled at each other, those two, and the walls are thin.
Do you have it down, Pepper?
Yes, sir. They had a quarrel about 2 weeks ago. He left. She leaned out of the window, only half-dressed, and shouted at him, "Laugh, baby, laugh for the last time." And then she fired a gun at him.
Thank you. Now then, Mrs. Merritt, before the shot last night, did you catch any of the words they said?
His? Oh, no, sir. But, well, her bedroom is next to mine, and I heard her say as clear as day and at the top of her lungs, "I will kill you."
Thank you, Mrs. Merritt. Anything else?
No, sir.
Very well. Let's go, Pepper. All right, Pepper. I think we have the makings of a case. Pick her up. We'll book her for willful murder.
And today, the little blue 22, which was to play such an important part in the case, can be seen among the other exhibits in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
As the inspector said, they felt they had a case. The evidence was piling up. Vivian Davis was arrested. Her defense counsel was a distinguished member of the bar, and the prosecutor assigned was no less brilliant. But some of the conversation about the case was well, a lot less brilliant.
Why, if Larry and I had stayed, we might have seen the whole thing. And darling, those letters. Imagine leaving letters like that lying in your bureau drawer, where anyone might find them. And do you suppose the prosecution will use them for evidence? This is one trial I simply shall not miss.
Let me say here and now, if May owns a gun, I'm walking out, and at once. But Viv always was unstable, you know. That's the kind who'll pull a gun on you when you least expect it. Not for me, old man. Not for me.
I always said she was no better than you'd think. Wild parties at all hours, firing guns around, drinking. Oh, I dare say the woman wasn't happy. But then who is? Now I ask you, who is?
Poor Viv. I understand the food in prison is all starches.
Seen the headlines? This is a juicy one, what?
Aren't we a witness? You don't say. Really now, you don't say.
They tried the case in public gossip long before it came to proper trial. And when the proper trial began, the courtroom was crowded naturally with bright young women and polished young men, the familiars of the defendant. This, however, failed to ruffle the solemnity of a British court.
I shall permit no demonstrations. At the least lapse from proper decorum, I shall have the courtroom cleared.
And that settled that. The trial proceeded. Vivian Davis, in simple black, sat in the dock between the two wardresses assigned to guard her. On the witness stand, the pathologist repeated his evidence and his conclusions with the prosecution. There was no cross-examination. With Inspector Summers, it was another matter.
Inspector, you heard the prison doctor testify that when Miss Davis was admitted to the prison after her arrest, he found bruises on her arms and on one thigh.
Yes, sir.
And that such bruises might have been sustained in a struggle.
Yes, sir.
Very well. Now then, in your experience, have you found that when one person handles a gun, that person's fingerprints are usually found on the weapon?
That has been my experience.
However, if two parties struggled for possession of a certain weapon, would there be fingerprints?
In most cases, no, sir. They tend to smudge or eliminate each other's prints.
This weapon, which you've identified and which has been entered in evidence as Exhibit A, did you find this weapon at the scene of the alleged crime?
I did.
Did you examine it carefully?
I did.
Did you have it tested for fingerprints?
I did.
Did you find any?
Yes, sir.
How many sets?
Only one set of prints were on that gun.
Whose were they, Inspector? Now tell the jury, please, whose fingerprints were on that gun?
Only my own.
One more point, Inspector. You stated that you found a bullet in the wall of the bedroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you any reason to believe this bullet was fired on the night of the alleged crime?
It could have been fired at any time, I suppose.
Thank you, Inspector. That's all.
Mrs. Merritt, the eager next-door neighbor, had her proverbial day in court.
Yes, sir. Just as I told the inspector, she screamed at him, hanging out of the window only half-dressed, and then she fired a shot at him.
Counsel for the defense spent little time in the cross-examination of Mrs. Merritt.
Madam, did you actually see Miss Davis fire a pistol or gun of some sort at the deceased?
I heard the shot after she yelled at him.
You said she was only half-dressed at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then you must have seen her.
Well, I took one look, and after that I only listened.
Why? Why, Mrs. Merritt?
When a woman is in her condition, no other woman cares to watch her.
I see. This is your opinion.
It certainly is.
Your Lordship, I respectfully request that the answers to the last two questions be stricken from the record as constituting an opinion and not evidence. Further, on the grounds that opinions are not warranted, as the witness is not qualified as an expert.
Well...
The clerk will strike the last two answers from the record, and the jury is instructed to ignore the testimony. Proceed.
No further questions. Thank you, Mrs. Merritt.
Back and forth, the battle raged, a battle for a woman's life. The case for the Crown was ably presented. The defense, by cross-examination, by objections in the record, sought to upset testimony to establish points which could be played upon later, the climax of the trial, when Vivian Davis herself took the stand in her own defense.
Now, Miss Davis, you understand the seriousness of this situation.
Of course.
I refer to the testimony that you once fired a gun at Donald Martin from your bedroom window. Is this true?
No, it's not true.
What did happen that evening?
He'd come to see me. He'd asked me for money to pay a gambling debt, and I refused. We quarreled, and he left. I was furious, and I called to him from my window. Then I went back into the room and fired one shot to make him think I'd killed myself.
What happened then?
Oh, Donald... Mr. Martin came rushing back, and we were friends again.
Miss Davis, have you ever pointed a weapon at Mr. Martin?
No, never.
Have you wanted to?
No, never.
Did you shoot him the night he died?
No!
Have you any recollection of his having spoken to you between the time he was shot and the moment he died?
I'll never forget it as long as I live.
What did he say?
He said, I wish the doctor would hurry. I want to tell him that this was an accident. It's not your fault. He said it over and over. And then he was dead.
Thank you, Miss Davis. Your witness.
Pull yourself together, Miss Davis.
Yes, sir.
Very well. I submit, Miss Davis, that the truth of your first public quarrel is, as it was stated by a previous witness, that you did fire out of your window at Mr. Martin.
Oh, no, never. I fired in the room. I wanted to frighten him.
Miss Davis, is this your pistol?
Yes.
Is this the weapon which killed Mr. Martin?
Yes.
And on the night this gun, your gun, killed Mr. Martin, you had a quarrel, a second quarrel.
Yes.
You were, to put it simply, jealous of his behavior with other women.
Oh, I was so jealous I threatened to kill myself.
You threatened to kill yourself?
Yes.
Then why did you shout, I will kill you?
No, I never said that.
What did you say, Miss Davis?
I may have said I'll shoot myself. The other, I never said. Why should I? I was jealous, but that was because I loved him. Oh, you've got to believe me. I loved him. I did.
There was more, much more, over and over, but they never managed to shake her on the essential points.
I never pointed a gun at Donald in my life.
And, of course,
I never said I'd kill him. I said I'd kill myself.
at long last, with Vivian Davis on the verge of collapse, the prosecutor let her go. Shortly thereafter, the defense rested. Summations were brief. For the prosecution,
this woman is guilty of the crime with which she is charged. There is no doubt in our minds, nor should there be any in yours, that she held the pistol and fired the shots.
for the defense,
Clear that no woman kills the man she loves, despite the violence of their causes. This was an accident. It is clear that it was an accident.
the presiding justice was clear and concise in his charge to the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, in conclusion, let me advise you there are 3 possible verdicts you may return under the present indictment. Guilty of murder, guilty of manslaughter, or not guilty of any offense. I commend the accused to your most painstaking deliberations.
The jury filed out. They stayed out for 2 long, weary hours. There was chatter in the courtroom. There always is. But even the gossip was subdued. Everybody waited. Waited.
It seems perfectly incredible. A murder trial, and I've been in on it since the beginning. I do hope the judge wasn't as much against her as he seemed to be.
It was really too exciting for words. I've had more dinner invitations because I know Viv. Oh, well, after all, The poor girl might be hanged, you know. Oh, grisly thought.
Well, for my part, even if she gets off, there'll be one advantage. She'll never be my neighbor again, and that will be an improvement, I'd say.
And at long last, the waiting was over. The prisoner arose in the dock at the judge's request. The foreman of the jury faced the prisoner in the court. The age-old formula was intoned by the clerk.
Members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have.
Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty of murder?
Not guilty.
Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty of manslaughter?
Not guilty.
Yet, despite that verdict, the little blue 22 can be seen today among the exhibits in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
Yes, they let Vivian Davis go free. In many minds, the question was, and still is, did Vivian Davis get away with murder? Frankly, I don't believe anyone gets away with murder. Murder stays with a killer, twisting mind and heart and soul, even in the unsuspected and therefore unsolved cases. Where Vivian Davis was concerned, perhaps the real crime was insecurity and the kind of violent jealousy that grows from fear. I don't know. That's for the psychologists, not for you and I to decide. Meanwhile, the little blue 22 remains in its customary place in Scotland Yard, in the Black Museum. And now, until we meet again next time, in the same place, and I tell you another story about the Black Museum, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attractions. The program is written by Ara Marion, with original music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
You know what happens when you take a fish out of water? Sure, it dies. Well, by Cornelius, the same thing happens when your car's battery runs out of water. It lies right down and quits. No water, no life. So what did the Autolite people do? They made the Autolite Stay Full battery with an extra large liquid reserve. Gave it more room for more water. Result, The Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. So, friends, be right with Autolite. Switch to an Autolite Stay Full battery tomorrow.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
No, stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment, for this is a time of mystery, a time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the Haunting Hour. Murder wears a strange mask. Every highway and byway is destiny's trail, and where it leads and what lies ahead is destiny's secret. Down a dark road speeds a car, bearing in it 2 who are destiny's children. Oh, they don't know it. To themselves, they are 2 people on their way to a masquerade ball. Steve Raymond and his fiancée, Marcia Phillips, heading for an evening of gaiety and laughter. But they are destined to spend a strange, macabre evening in fear. For one of the guests at the masquerade is dead.
You're rather fetching in your gypsy costume, Marcia.
In a moment, I'll be tempted to read your mind.
Well, there isn't much I can hide from you, darling. Your womanly instincts are quite remarkable.
Especially where Joan Williams is concerned?
Oh, now look here, Marcia. I must admit this magician's disguise of mine isn't too effective. For one thing, it hasn't helped me to change your disposition.
Steve.
But if you will, my dear, please try to check your suspicions at the door. Fortunately, we're not married as yet, and Ben Carter's masquerade promises too good a time for you to spoil.
At the risk of being stubborn, dear, I'm curious to know what you see in her. Or perhaps you can tell me why Roy Benson is still madly pursuing her.
I guess he never stopped loving her. He was her first husband.
Just the same, Steve, dear. If I so much as see you go near her tonight, I might be tempted to drop a potent mixture in the punch bowl.
Oh, be careful with your predictions, darling. You're a gypsy fortune teller tonight, and I'd rather not see you proven accurate.
That's up to you, Steve.
You're a little early with your masquerade, Marcia. Wait till we get to Ben's place. Then you can feed strychnine to Joan Williams and all my other lot.
Hello, Steve. Marcia. Oh, pardon me. I'm not supposed to know who you are.
That wasn't fair, Ben.
What else could we expect from my partner, dear? He knows every hair on my head.
Well, don't share. I won't give you away. Well, you both look perfect.
You've adopted a rather simple costume, Ben.
I've used this clown suit for 15 years. It's a durable disguise.
Good heavens. What's that fellow in the black tights and shirt supposed to be?
No, he's posing as the Royal Executioner.
Who can it be, Steve?
It's hard to tell from here. I don't seem to recognize him.
Steve, I've simply got to find out who that executioner is.
Oh, now, Marcia.
He's just over there.
Can't you wait till midnight?
Quiet, here he is. Why, I beg your pardon?
Good evening.
That's a very unusual costume you're wearing.
Thank you. I merely borrowed it from a friend of mine. I hope it's effective.
Your voice, it's quite familiar.
Oh, now, Miss Phillips, don't you recognize Steve Raymond's rival for Joan Williams' hand?
Roy Benson.
Of course. I follow Joan everywhere.
And especially on a night such as this, I couldn't resist seeing her dressed as Cinderella.
And in a very charming costume, too, no doubt.
Oh, but naturally, my wife, I beg your pardon, my former wife, has a talent for being beautiful.
What sort of executions do you have a hand in, Roy?
Oh, no special method, Steve. I've really no preference.
Hush, gentlemen. The dream approaches.
Cinderella.
Oh, my, what a charming trio. A magician, a gypsy, and an executioner.
You're looking lovely, my dear.
Thank you, Roy. How are you, Marcia?
I don't know.
As yet. How are you, Steve, dear?
Looking for a glass slipper, Cinderella?
And perhaps a way to break our engagement.
Perhaps.
Quiet, everyone. Ben's getting ready to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen of the masquerade, as master of the revels, I welcome you to the ball. You've been asked here, disguised in the roles for which you have all longed these many years. You are all strangers to one another, your identity known only to yourselves. Thus you will remain till midnight. But till that hour, the mystery of the unknown is yours. The excitement of living a dream is in your hands. I see a magician here, a peasant, a statesman, a clown such as myself, and, oh, there's Cinderella, who at midnight will find that dreams must end. But until the clock strikes, give yourselves to music and wine and dancing.
Now, there you are, my friends. The wiles of the sorcerer are many.
Oh, show us another trick, magician.
No, I must put my knives away now. One more trick, and your eyes will be quicker than my hand.
Steve, I've got to see you.
Oh, want to know how I did that last trick?
Come here, quickly.
What's the matter, Ben?
There's something upstairs I want you to see.
Can't it wait?
You had better come now.
Whatever it is, you're guarding it like a state secret. Ben, don't look so pale. It can't be as bad as all that.
Were you up here earlier this evening?
Yes, I think so.
Were you in the library?
You must have been spying on me. I was there a little while ago. Where are we going?
To the library. Here. Here we are. There. In front of the fireplace.
No, it can't be.
Unfortunately, it is. Joan Williams. Stabbed to death.
I don't believe it.
It's not an illusion, Steve. It's real. I found her like this a few minutes ago.
But how did it happen?
I thought you could tell me.
What are you talking about?
Look at that knife closely.
Good heavens.
Isn't that one of the knives that you were using in your demonstration tonight, Steve?
Oh, you're talking nonsense, Ben. I didn't kill her.
Who said you did?
Well, you inferred it. Oh, what's the sense of this wrangling? Joan's dead. I didn't do it, but I want the man who did.
There's a set of prints on the knife handle, Steve. If they match yours, well, that's the answer.
You're pretty well convinced that I'm murdered, aren't you, Ben?
We'll let the police decide that. I'm going to call them.
Well, no, you can't, Ben. You've got to give me a chance first.
Oh, what do you mean?
I swear to you that I didn't do it, Ben. Now, you've got to let me find who did. Just a few hours, that's all I need. Just till midnight.
All right, Steve. Till midnight, then.
Hello, darling. Who's in the library with you?
Oh, come in quickly.
Ben told me that you were hiding away in here. Steve, you killed her.
No, I didn't do it. I'm wondering if you did.
Don't be a fool, Steve. You can't get away with murder that easily.
I had no motive, Marcia. Unfortunately, you did.
Does anyone else know she's dead?
Ben found the body.
And he's called the police.
No, he's given me till midnight to find the murderer.
Oh, what a complete waste of time.
Not altogether, Marcia. Have you forgotten your prediction earlier this evening?
That's of no importance. I'll admit I'm glad she's dead. But my wishing it didn't put that knife in her back.
That remains to be seen, darling.
Let's get it over and said with, Steve. I hope you're guilty. I hope they hang you. You've treated me like a fool. You've asked for everything you're going to get.
I didn't know you could be so vicious, Marcia.
I only hope that I'll be able to testify against you.
Thank you, my sweet.
I'm not interrupting, am I?
No, I'm leaving. Good luck, Steve.
Don't go too far away, Marcia. You might be very helpful to me.
I'll be here when the police come.
So long, Marcia.
Well, we both lose, Roy.
Yes. So Ben told me. He also said he thinks you did it, but I don't agree.
Thanks. But how about some evidence?
Haven't you any ideas at all?
No, but that executioner's costume of yours worries me.
I'm sorry, Steve, but this is my night off. My record's as clean as yours.
How about Ben?
I can't figure out a motive for him.
Well, he's my business partner. He might be trying to pin this on me.
Very weak, old pal.
Did you have a motive?
Well, I wanted her to marry me again, but she refused. Said she was waiting for you to make up your mind.
The police could claim I killed Joan to get her out of the way. Oh, they'll dream up some motive.
I tell you what I'll do, Steve. I'll come in with you. I don't think you did it, and I've as much a stake as you in finding the murderer.
Thanks, Roy. But we've got to work fast.
I want to talk to Marcia. She had a pretty good motive for killing Joan.
Yes, jealousy is still fashionable, Roy. That's a good lead.
You'd better quiz Ben. See what you can find.
He's been pretty anxious to call the police. I wonder what he's hiding.
Suppose you rattle a skeleton or two in his closet, Steve. Maybe we'll come up with a murderer.
Any clues so far, Steve?
It's not very encouraging, Ben.
Remember our agreement. Midnight's the deadline.
You know, Ben, I've completely neglected to ask you some rather important questions.
No. What's on your mind, Steve?
Well, for one thing, how come you happened to find Joan's body?
I'll tell that to the police.
Oh, I'm trying to clear myself of suspicion of murder, Ben.
Make a very bad debating partner. Why not question Roy Benson?
Now, listen, Ben, this is no idle business transaction. You've accused me of murder. You might be decent enough to explain why I should be so certain of your innocence.
Suppose I call the police. Right now, Steve, let them settle the question of where the guilt belongs.
You promised to hold off till midnight.
Very well, then, but you might do better trying to clear yourself than just standing here arguing.
Goodbye.
Where are you going?
I have an appointment with an executioner. Want to come along?
Is Roy waiting in the library?
Yes. That's strange.
What's wrong?
The door's locked, but the key is in the lock.
Here, let me open it. Here we are.
Ben, look, there by the table.
Great Scott. It's Benson.
We're too late. He's dead.
It's horrible. The bullet did a thorough job.
Strange we didn't hear the shot.
I used a silencer. It's still on the gun.
No, don't touch it, Ben. Leave it for the police.
I want to apologize, Steve. You're completely innocent.
How do you know?
Well, it's obvious now. Roy killed Joan probably because he was incensed at her refusal to marry him again. Then he committed suicide at the realization of what he'd done.
Well, that's a logical explanation, Ben, and it clears me completely, but I can't accept it.
Why not?
Because Roy didn't commit suicide.
Steve, look at the layout of the room yourself. The gun's in his right hand. He was shot in the right temple. And the body of his victims beside him.
Very neat deduction, but you left out the one flaw.
What's that?
The door to this room was locked from the outside. Obviously, death was instantaneous. If Roy had shot himself, he couldn't have locked the door from the other side.
Yes, you're right. I unlocked that door myself.
Yes, Roy Benson was murdered, and the killer must have been frightened away while he was locking the door.
Then you're still implicated. But it's a rather gruesome joke on you. Somebody killed the executioner.
A murderer has a sense of humor. Fine. Maybe my laugh's coming up.
Destiny's Highway has led Stephen Raymond and his fiancée, Marcia Williams, to the home of Steve's partner, Ben Carter, where a masquerade ball is in progress. It is a house of gaiety. Music and laughter pervade the lower floor. Yes, downstairs there is revelry, but upstairs, death. In the library lie the bodies of Joan Williams and Roy Benson, her ex-husband. Steve Raymond, who has come to the masquerade dressed as a magician, is the chief suspect. For while Roy Benson was shot, the knife found in Joan Williams' body was used in Steve's magic act. Ben Carter, Steve's host, has promised to wait until midnight before calling the police. in order that Steve might find sufficient evidence to exonerate himself and perhaps find the real murderer. Steve is alone with Ben Carter. They're talking.
It's not very far from midnight, Steve.
Well, until they unmask Ben, I have a chance to find the murderer. The same person killed them both.
The knife that killed Joan was yours. But whose gun was it?
Well, the police can trace the registry.
That's impossible. The serial number was filed off.
How do you know that?
I examined the gun while we were upstairs.
But I had told you not to, Ben. I wanted the police to find things untouched.
I was only trying to help you, Steve. After all, you're the only one on whom the police can build a case. Remember, it was your knife that killed Joan.
Well, whoever stole that knife from me killed Joan and Roy.
Better use your magician's get-up of yours, Steve, and see if you can pull a murderer out of your top hat.
Yes, I'm going back to the party and do just that.
Oh, you must be a real magician.
Yes, madam, I'm a successful stockbroker. Same thing.
How about another chick?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I've concluded my last performance. For a long while, I'm afraid.
Steve, I've got something to tell you.
What is it?
I can't tell you here. Come into the next room.
All right.
Steve, I think I know who killed Joan and Roy.
Good girl. Who?
Ben Carter.
Are you sure?
Practically. I was in the library looking at Joan's body, and I heard somebody in the next room. I turned out the lights and hid behind a large chair next to the fireplace.
Did he come into the library?
Yes. It was pitch black without the lights, but he had a flashlight with him. He played the light all over the floor as if he were looking for something.
Do you know what it was?
No, Steve. I was afraid to look out from behind the chair for fear he'd see me.
How long was he there?
Oh, about 5 minutes. I don't think he found what he was searching for, though. When he left the room, he muttered something about coming back later.
Did you come right down here after he left?
Oh, no. Right after he left the room, I went to the phone and called the police.
Why did you do that?
Well, I found the murderer, so it was my duty to notify them.
How do you know Ben didn't hear you call?
Oh, I waited until he was far enough down the hall. I even kept the lights out in case he happened to look back.
How long ago did you phone?
Just a few minutes ago. I came right down here to you after I called.
I'll have to work fast. Come along, Marcia. I want to look at that library. Oh, no light showing under the door. Let's go in.
Nothing's been touched since I was here.
Now, what could Ben have been searching for?
Well, perhaps he dropped something when he killed Joan and Roy.
Yes, possibly, but what?
Steve, look. There. Under that chair near the fireplace.
Yes, I see it.
What is it?
A large black button.
I recognize that. Didn't you notice that one of the buttons on Ben's clown suit was missing?
Yes, you're right, Marcia.
There. Doesn't that prove his guilt?
Well, not necessarily. The thing that still interests me is his certainty that my fingerprints are on the handle of the knife that killed Joan.
Well, how could it have been used without disturbing your prints?
By wearing gloves and using the blade part of the knife for throwing.
That's very clever of you, darling.
If my prints are still on that knife handle, they were placed there when I used the weapon in my little act downstairs. When it was stolen from me, the prints were very carefully preserved.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to make a call, try to get some information on fingerprints.
Let me have the inspector, please.
Wait a minute. Someone's on the other extension.
Who is it?
Ben. He's decided not to wait till midnight as he promised me. He's a little worried. Listen.
Inspector Boland, this is Ben Carter, 116 Ocean Road. Yes, Mr. Carter. There have been 2 murders in my house. You'd better send someone out immediately. 2 murders? Both at the same time? No, they happened separately. What's going on up there? Please hurry. The murderer is still in the house. I'll watch him till you get here. We'll lock the doors. I want no one to leave before I get there.
Crazy? He's giving himself up.
I'm afraid he's not, Marcia. He's determined to prove me guilty.
Oh, he hasn't a chance.
Hasn't he? What proof do we have?
Well, I saw him in this room.
When Joan and Roy were killed?
Of course not. But why was he sneaking around in here looking for this lost button?
Well, whatever the reason, I'm afraid my goose and I are cooked quite thoroughly.
Oh, no, you're not.
Hey, where are you going?
Quiet. There's someone at the door.
I think you ought to know I called the police. They'll be here shortly.
Yes, I know. We heard you on the phone, Ben.
I wouldn't advise either of you to leave the house.
Why don't you stop all this pretense, Ben? We know you killed Joan and Roy.
Marcia's still loyal to you, Steve.
I was behind this chair earlier this evening when you came up here prowling around with a flashlight.
Well, why didn't you help me find what I was searching for?
Was it this?
Yes. Yes, the button from my costume. Please give it to me.
Oh, no. This goes to the police.
Well, Oh, don't be absurd, Marcia. I lost it up here before the ball began.
I'm sorry to contradict you, Ben, but it was on your clown suit when we first came tonight.
Oh, right.
Thanks for calling the police, Ben.
All right, I admit I lost it up here after Joan and Roy were killed. I wanted the button back because I knew it would look suspicious if the police found it.
Mm-hmm.
It's midnight. I have to end the masquerade.
Yes, and we mustn't delay the master of the revels.
Coming, Steve?
Yes, might as well, Ben. We'll keep an eye on one another until the police decide which one of us is the murderer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the masquerade, the time has come when you must leave the mystery of the unknown and return to the reality of the present. The peasant will become a wealthy man, the clown a respected philosopher, the beggar a statesman. This is the moment. Unmask, please.
Ben, the police are in the hall.
Take care of them for a minute, Steve. I'll be right back.
Oh, I'll give them all the clues they require. Well, what's the delay? Mr. Carter will be here in just a moment, Inspector. My name's Steve Raymond. I believe that Mr. Carter considers me the principal suspect. Did you do it? No. I hope you'll believe me.
I believe no one, only evidence.
Would you care to see the bodies?
I want to see Mr. Carter first.
Come on, Inspector. That came from the garden.
And that's where we're heading for. Let's go.
Oh, it was horrible.
All right, now, calm yourself. We've no time for hysteria.
I was sitting here under this arbor when I suddenly heard someone moving in back of me. I turned around quickly and saw Ben come toward me. That gun was in his hand.
What did he say to you?
Oh, his face had sort of a crazy look on it. He told me that I was the only one who could possibly testify against him. He came closest to me and brought the gun down as if to strike me.
Did he hit you?
No, I dodged the blow and I grappled with him for the gun. Finally, I managed to get possession of it. And I shot him. It was the only thing I could do.
Let me see that gun, Mr. Raymond.
Here you are, Inspector.
Will you hold the flashlight, Mr. Raymond?
Surely.
Now, just a little fingerprint powder over the butt of the revolver. There we are. Now, do you see the impression?
Yes, there are two distinct sets of prints on the butt.
Just as I told you, Ben and I fought for the gun.
Is your conclusion the same as mine, Mr. Raymond?
I'm afraid it is, Inspector. Marcia lied in her story.
That's ridiculous, Steve. Don't you see the two sets of prints?
That's just it, Marcia. If you and Ben had fought for possession of the gun, the two sets of prints would have been smudged and blurred. Not distinct and clear as they are now.
It was very convenient of you to tell that story. Why'd you try to kill this man?
Try? He's dead, isn't he?
Not quite. Fortunately for him, one bullet missed and the other just creased his scalp. He'll be around shortly and in fine shape to testify against you.
This was your second mistake, Marcia. I first became suspicious of your sudden reformation in my behalf when you told me you dialed the police telephone number in the darkened library. I was convinced you hadn't phoned when we listened in on Ben's call to police headquarters. It was obvious from the inspector's reaction that it was the first report of the murders he had had.
Watch out, young lady. Don't make me chase you through the garden. I'm not that young anymore.
Let go of me. Go of me. Of course I killed him. Joan was a worthless fool trying to take you away from me. I stole your knife and used it the way you guessed I did. Your prints were on the handle, but Ben didn't know for certain whether they were yours.
Why did you kill Roy?
He accused me of killing Joan, and he told me that he had the proof to back up his charge, and I couldn't take a chance. If I hadn't locked the door, you would never have guessed that it wasn't suicide.
One mistake is all that's needed, young lady. Well, Mr. Raymond, I guess that's about all.
Yes, Inspector. I'm afraid the masquerade is over.
From shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory in the haunting hour.